Good morning to all the participants to this symposium based here in New York. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all those who are joining us today online. My name is Rudelmar Bueno de Faria. I'm the General Secretary of the ACT Alliance, that stands for Action by Churches Together. Together with Simona Cruciani from the UN, we will be moderating the symposium this day. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome you to the 10th Annual Symposium on the Role of Religion and Faith-Based Organizations. And as we mark a decade of meaningful dialogue, this year's symposium themes is focused on human rights and dignity towards a just, peaceful, and inclusive future. Celebrating a decade of collaboration, this symposium serves today as a crucial nexus, bringing together UN agencies, faith-based organizations, member states, and civil society organizations to deliberate on pressing global issues that we are facing in all corners of our planet. Against the backdrop of the current polycrisis and geopolitical crisis that you see in the world, as well as the connections with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and also the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and the Summit of the Future that is coming. It's in the corner, the upcoming summit in September. We aim through this seminar to foster discussions and joint efforts for building a better world. Inclusive, solidarity, and also with justice. And the first symposium happened in this same building 10 years ago. And it's surprisingly that the topic that we will be discussing today was actually the first theme of the symposium in 2014, human rights and human dignity. So that is over the years, that has been a space where UN agencies and faith-based organizations have been working collaboratively together. But also, this space is a reference for many organizations and different stakeholders. It has been helping other coalitions where faith-based organizations and UN agencies come together for providing a better world. So we will welcome you, and I will hand over now to Simona.
Good morning, everybody. And my name is Simona Cruciani. I'm Senior Political Affairs Officer at the UN Office on the Prevention of Genocide. It is a special political mission in the Secretariat of the United Nations. I will just briefly mention to you the main panels of this very important event today. So we have 3 panels, 3 sessions. The first one will focus on human dignity. The second one will focus on gender equality, peace, and eradicating violence. And the third will be on key learnings for a just, peaceful, and inclusive future. The symposium includes interpretation in English, French, Spanish, Arabic, and International Sign Language. Just a little bit of housekeeping rules. In order for you to use the Q&A facility, you need to use it for asking questions. So use this and do not use the chat. There will be no break, but spaces while we transition from session to sessions. And the full bios of our excellent speakers today will be posted in the chat when a panelist speaks. So without further ado, I will then introduce now the first speaker of the high-level segment of this symposium, who is Ms. Diane Keita, Deputy Executive Program of UNFPA for a video remark.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, UN colleagues and friends, I am honored to deliver remarks at this symposium on human rights and dignity towards a just, peaceable, and inclusive future. UNFPA is proud to be a co-chair, together with the UN Office on Genocide Prevention and the UN Alliance of Civilizations of the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development. As we work towards a just, peaceable, and inclusive future, we must also look back on the framework that sets us on the path of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Last year, we celebrated the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This year, we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the International Conference on Population and Development, where 179 governments recognize that individual rights, choices, and well-being are the foundation of sustainable development. These promises to humanity speaks to us today, louder than ever, calling for dignity, freedom, peace, and equality for all. While people everywhere cherish these universal values, in far too many places human rights are under siege. Women and girls are often the victims. We are witnessing a strong and persistent pushback on women's rights, gender equality, bodily autonomy, and sexual and reproductive health and rights. Against this backdrop, the tireless work of many human rights defenders stands out. This includes faith-based organizations and other faith actors that actively counter these trends and advance the rights of women within their respective faith, at times in the face of strong opposition. Faith actors are critical. That is why UNFPA has been partnering with faith leaders in Zanzibar for several years. Recently, we developed and disseminated guidelines on reproductive health and gender to all districts in Zanzibar in partnership with the Zanzibar Interfaith Association for Development and AIDS. Over the course of your deliberation at this 10th annual symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organization in international affairs, I hope that you will consider how we as a community can leverage this platform for collaborative policymaking and constructive engagement. As we look at the challenges and opportunities that the future will bring, we must work to create the conditions and opportunities for all 8 billion of us to live freely and fully, equal in dignity and right, on a healthy, safe, and prosperous planet. We count on you to make your voice heard. Allow me to close with a citation of the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which guide all of our work. I quote, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and right." I thank you for your kind attention.
We want to thank Ms. Diane Keita, the Deputy Executive Program at the UNFPA, for her opening remarks. And now I would like to introduce the second speaker, high-level speaker, Reverend Professor Jerry Pillay. He is the General Secretary of the World Council of Churches, and we would like to welcome him to provide his remarks to this symposium.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, and honored guests. As we gather here today for the 10th anniversary edition of the Symposium on the Role of Religion and Faith-Based Actors in International Affairs, it is my privilege to greet you and to address you on behalf of the World Council of Churches, one of the founding members of the Symposium. This pivotal moment not only marks a decade of robust dialogue and collaboration, but also underscores the indispensable role of faith-based actors in shaping a world where human rights are at the core of our collective aspirations. We believe that God has placed us as caregivers and caretakers of this world, both the people and planet. In a world marred by conflicts, inequalities, and myriad challenges, the significance of upholding human rights and dignity cannot be overstated. The very fabric of our societies is woven with the threads of dignity, justice, and compassion. It is incumbent upon us, as custodians of faith and moral conscience, to champion these universal values that transcends borders, beliefs, and backgrounds. The responsibility and contributions of faith-based communities in challenging unjust structures and powers are indispensable to transforming and creating a better world for all people and creation, especially given our current realities. Our faith traditions, spanning continents and cultures, share a fundamental commitment to human rights. The intrinsic worth of every individual bestowed upon us by the divine forms the cornerstone of our faith-based ethics. Our scriptures and teachings implore us not only to recognize the inherent dignity of all human beings, but also to actively safeguard their rights and freedom. Faith compels us to stand in solidarity with the oppressed, to advocate for the voiceless, and to strive for justice in the face of injustice. It emboldens us to challenge systems of oppression and inequality, to offer compassion to the marginalized, and to work tirelessly for the empowerment of the vulnerable. Yet, despite our collective efforts, we continue to grapple with challenges that undermine the realization of human rights. Conflicts persist, poverty persists, discrimination persists. Our commitment to human rights demands unwavering determination to address these issues at the core. We must confront the structures and systems that perpetuate human suffering, dismantle barriers to equality, and foster inclusive societies where every person can flourish. However, within these challenges lie tremendous opportunities, as you would know. The convergence of faith and advocacy for human rights as the power to catalyze positive change on a global scale. The partnerships forged between faith-based organizations, civil society, governments, and international institutions are indeed testaments to the transformative potential to collective action. Therefore, let us reaffirm our commitment today to redouble our efforts, to deepen our collaborations, and to amplify our voices in the pursuit of human rights. Let us engage in dialogue that fosters understanding and mutual respect, transcending theological differences for the greater good of humanity. Let us advocate for policies and initiatives that prioritize the protection of human rights, ensuring that they are not mere rhetoric, but a lived reality for all. Let us nurture communities where diversity is celebrated, where compassion reigns, and where justice prevails. In closing, let us remember that our faith commitments to human rights are not solitary endeavors. They are bridges that connect us, guiding us towards a shared future founded on dignity, justice, and peace. As we commemorate this milestone, let us recommit ourselves to being catalysts of positive change in our communities, our nations, and our world. The world needs faith-based actors to steer the moral compass, infuse cosmic spirituality, promote justice, and work for peace. Let us keep on keeping on in this world of struggle and strife. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jerry Pillay. And I will now give the floor to Rudelmar Bueno de Faria from ACT Alliance for some additional remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simona. We have another high-level speaker. She's on her way. Is Ms. Alice Nderitu. She's the Under General Secretary and also Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the UN on the prevention of genocide. She had to get an urgent call, but she's just arriving in the building. But I would like to take this opportunity just to mention the importance of this symposium. In the beginning, I mentioned about 10 years ago, a group of people present in this event have conceptualized the idea to bring together UN agencies and faith-based organizations to discuss issues that are crucial for our world today. And we have moved in 10 years in a very good way, bringing a better understanding between UN agencies and faith-based organizations and also member states on the role of religion and faith-based organizations in addressing issues. And that is very important considering that today 84% of the world population identify itself as a faith or a religion. And they orient their lives based on the religious scriptures and also the advice of religious leaders. So that's fundamental. We know that it's important for us to solve the problems we have today in a good way and a collaborative way. No one alone will be able to address the topics that you need to address and also to solve the problems. So it's important to mention that. And based on the work of this symposium, many other spaces, coalitions, I would like to mention here the UN Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the UN that is supporting the Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development of the UN. This symposium is part of the program of this Multi-Faith Advisory Council. So it's important, and I think that we have, as faith communities and UN, brought together a space that is one of the first events in the beginning of the year here in New York. So I think that's very important to take that into consideration. And I would like maybe to ask Simona just to mention, to explain what is the role of the UN Task Force on Religion and Development. Who is, what are the agencies that are participating? And
Thank you, Rudelmar, and it's definitely very important to open the year 2024 with such discussion. We focus on human dignity. And regarding your question about the AITF, let me remind all the participants here, and when I say AITF, sorry, I use the UN language, is an acronym for Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development. This is a task force that was established 10 years ago. And in the context of the chairing or the responsibility of a very important entity that is now also co-chairing the AITF with my office and with the Alliance of Civilization, and that is UNFPA. And in this context, I would like to salute and thank also the chair at that time, that it was Professor Azakaram. She took the lead in establishing this very important interagency task force, and little by little she convened more and more entities to be part of this work group at the secretarial level. The work group is now composed by some 24 entities, including my office, the Office on Genocide Prevention, and many more that touch on the work of the 3 pillars of the United Nations, that is peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The main area of work, focus of work of the AITF is reinforcing engagement of the United Nations entities with faith-based organizations to foster the work of the United Nations on these 3 areas that I just mentioned. And this was a very important focus that the previous Secretary General Ban Ki-moon wanted the United Nations entities to have, because he realized that there was not at that time enough engagement and partnership with this very important part of the civil society. So this is just to give you an overview of the origin of the AITF, how it was started and established, with the strong role of our very important colleague, Professor Azzakaram, and that they continue then with the chairing by the three entities that have been chairing the AITF for the last 4 years, that are my office, UNFPA, and the Alliance of Civilization. So I would also like to take this opportunity for thanking all my colleagues of the chairs and the AITF for their very important work, for their very important role in supporting this AITF, but also first and foremost the Multi-Faith Advisory Council, that was established to provide advice to us entities in the AITF. The Multi-Faith Advisory Council was created exactly a couple of years back to support the work of the United Nations entities that are part of the task force. It has been a long way, and this collaboration is becoming stronger and stronger, and the outputs that we are seeing from this collaboration are more and more practical. So I would like to remind all the audience today of the very important collaboration that the AITF and the Multi-Faith Advisory Council had during the COVID pandemic. While at the United Nations, many colleagues were on a standby because of the impact that the pandemic had on many programs, we at the AITF were able to foster collaboration with the entities that are part of the Multi-Faith Advisory Committee, because these entities were on the ground. They were those that, despite the impact of the pandemic, were supporting people on the ground, many times in the most difficult context globally. And it was through the support of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council that we were able to do so much work, especially in fostering human dignity, in countering hate speech and discrimination that was related to the pandemic. Another very important output that I would like to mention is the meeting that we organized jointly last year with the support of the UNFPA as a co-chair of the AITF on gender. So this was the first time that the AITF, that all the entities of the AITF and all the FBOs that are part of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council came together to discuss a very important issue that touches on the core of the international human rights standards and on the SDGs. And of course, we all know that it's not an easy discussion, but it was the first one that brought us together. And I think we need to continue to be proud as AITF and Multi-Faith Advisory Council and tackle issues that, despite complex and not easy, are at the core of the work of the United Nations, and also of the work of the faith-based organizations that constitute the Multi-Faith Advisory Council. It's only when we work together then we are stronger. And in this concept, I would like to encourage all of us to make sure that this partnership grows even stronger in the next year. And I would like to also take this opportunity to share that tomorrow the AITF and the Multi-Faith Advisory Council will meet in our retreat to make sure that this partnership becomes stronger and is able to tackle the most thorny and complex but important issues, especially in these very complex times that we are all facing. I think the special advisor on the prevention of genocide, Ms. Alice Nderitu, has just arrived. Welcome, Special Advisor. We are very glad to see you. We were just saying a couple of words on the importance of the collaboration of the United Nations with the Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development on the main issues that we have been tackling as part of this collaboration in the last years. And I will now give the floor to you for your remarks. Special Advisor, the floor is yours.
Already? Okay. Thank you very much, and sorry to keep you waiting. I had to take a very important call, and usually for us it's morning here, and for places like Bangladesh it's late in the evening, and we can hardly find a time when we can speak to each other, and so I had to balance both events. So I would just like to begin by saying, Excellencies, religious and faith representatives, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm greatly honored to start the year of 2024 by opening this symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organizations in international affairs. And I do acknowledge the hard work of the symposium's planning team and express my appreciation to all the colleagues who've worked so tirelessly in the past months to allow us to have this very fruitful discussion. And I would also like to thank the co-sponsoring organizations of the event, namely ACT Alliance with our great friend Rudelmar, who is one of the closest friends of the office, the General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church, Islamic Relief, Religions for Peace, Seventh-day Adventist Church, Soka Gakkai International, United Religions Initiative, World Council of Churches, UN Women, and UNFPA. So this year's symposium marks an important milestone as we celebrate its 10th anniversary, because we know for the past decade, faith-based organizations have been hosting this event to foster dialogue on the interplay between religion and international affairs. The discussions have, since the first edition of the symposium, included United Nations entities and member states. And so as a result, this symposium has become a platform for collaboration and fostering partnerships. And my office has recognized the importance of the symposium series by co-sponsoring 4 of them, including through my predecessor. The latest being the one this year, where we are focusing on the promotion of human rights and dignity towards a just, peaceable, and inclusive future. And this really is at the core of my mandate, of which I'll speak a lot about, the reason for which I'm grateful for our excellent cooperation. So also, I acknowledge the presence of colleagues here, various United Nations entities in this year's symposium, many of who are co-sponsoring this event, attesting the value of the contributions that faith-based organizations bring to the multilateral system to advance the promotion of and peace and security, human rights and sustainable development, and of the importance of defending human dignity everywhere without discrimination to achieve the societies that we want. So many of the UN entities present here are also part of the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development. And I would like to recognize here the important role that the IATF plays in advancing the work of the United Nations under its 3 pillars, and to praise it for continuing to prioritize the engagement with faith-based organizations, and in particular those that are part of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council. So as one of the co-chairs of this council, I thank you for bringing together people of all faiths, often in the most insecure places and with the most marginalized communities, and where religion can be instrumentalized to divide rather than unite societies, which has become a source of inspiration for our entire UN system. So this symposium follows the recent commemorations in December of the 75th anniversary of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, of Human Rights. And these 2 international treaties guide our contemporary societies and our common pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet we do know that the goals are far to be achieved by 2030, and action needs to be expedited to reach the goals of all member states that are committed to. The Convention of the Prevention of Genocide, we do know that its aspirations are yet to be realized. In the convention itself states that at all times of human history, that groups of people around the world have visited genocide upon each other. We do know that we are not out of that space yet. So indeed, in many parts of the world, people continue to be affected by conflict and violence, as we know: poverty, hunger, gender discrimination, unemployment, lack of clean water, sanitation, and all this represents an assault on human dignity, which we understand as a sense of value, honor, and respect experienced by oneself. So we do know that failure to protect human dignity and rights, if not addressed, especially in those societies that are more vulnerable, can lead to genocide and related crimes, that is war crimes and crimes against humanity, and that these are the worst forms of assault on one's dignity. So let me focus a little on the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which is the international treaty from which my mandate stems. And I'll also focus a little bit on my mandate, my very misunderstood mandate, I would say. The Genocide Convention binds contracting parties to take measures to prevent genocide and to punish persons that commit this crime. The offenders can be rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Offenders can also be non-state actors. We have seen instances of genocide where both public officials, ordinary citizens, and members of violent extremist groups engage in the commission, incitement, attempt, and complicity of genocide. So as any person in society can be an offender of the crime of genocide once the elements of the crime are met, all persons in society have the responsibility to uphold the principles of the convention to prevent this heinous crime. And the principles that underpin the convention are respect for diversity, inclusivity, and non-discrimination. The spirit of this law envisions societies where people have their identity respected and are not discriminated against on the basis of their race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion, what we call the protected groups of the convention. So this convention was the first human rights treaty that was adopted multilaterally in the aftermath of World War II by the United Nations. And so it fosters a peaceful and respectful interaction with one another when it is implemented. So to date, 153 member states have ratified the Genocide Convention. And vital to this respectful social interaction is the ability to accept difference, to settle disagreements and disputes in a peaceful manner. And so therefore, genocides are determined in a court of law. They are only determined in a court of law. Genocides are not determined anywhere else. Nobody, not least myself, not least the Secretary General of the United Nations, has the mandate or power or authority to determine whether a genocide is happening or not. What we do is point out risk factors. So my mandate is an early warning mandate, and I point out risk factors at either the beginning of the conflict or before the conflict happens and say, this is what I am saying and these are the risk factors. And for that purpose, I remember we issued a statement in the first week of the Israel-Hamas Gaza war, pointing out that the hostages should be released, pointing out that the Israeli airstrikes should cease, pointing out that there are risk factors for atrocity crimes in the situation that existed even before this happened, and also pointing out that genocides are determined in a court of law, and that it's absolutely important that this is adhered to. So the convention then provides that legal framework from which this office exists from. It was this convention that gave the law that speaks to that has been domesticated in so many member states, especially the 153 who've ratified. And we will be going in March to Zambia, which is the latest country to ratify the Genocide Convention, to launch this convention. So the convention, of course, came out of a period of great pain, came out of the Second World War, came out of the horrors of the Holocaust. And the word genocide was itself actually created by a Jewish Polish lawyer in 1944. That was even before the Holocaust got properly underway. And it took on great significance for him, the creator of the word genocide. His name is Raphael Lemkin. It took on great significance for him because in the Holocaust he lost 49 members of his family. But by which time he'd already invented the word, and by which time he'd greatly lobbied here within the UN for the Genocide Convention to be created. And his epitaph on his graveyard, he's buried here in New York, in Queens. It reads, "The father of the Genocide Convention," for the work that he did. So this convention reminds us that defending human dignity and preventing genocide and related crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity, is everybody's responsibility, but especially the responsibility of member states who have a responsibility to protect their populations, and that no action is too small in this endeavor, and every single contribution counts. So at the same time, working in isolation can only take us as far. And our impact is stronger if we work together. And partnership is absolutely important. Like in an orchestra, the sound of an instrument can generate a meaningful contribution that can create change. But the music achieves a perfect symphony when all instruments play together at the unison. So for us, engagement with faith-based actors for preventing genocide and related crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity remains absolutely essential. This office was created in the aftermath of another genocide, the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, and the genocide in Srebrenica. And so often we have to keep asking ourselves, at what point will humanity sit back and make the decision that this needs to stop? So my office has prioritized partnership as one of its priorities. We do know we can never work alone. And we do know that it was with the support of faith-based organizations that we developed the plan of action for religious leaders and actors to prevent incitement to violence that could lead to atrocity crimes, also known as the FAIR's Plan of Action, after the city in Morocco where it was drafted, and it was launched by the Secretary General in 2017. Since then, we've drafted many other documents, many other policy documents. And the latest that we were involved in with the SIAM and the network, we were in Oman in December drafting a plan of action for traditional leaders, seeing in which ways we could work with various constituencies around the world to ensure that the prevention of genocide is a role and a task that is spread out like around the world. So the first plan of action acknowledges the pivotal role of religious leaders and actors and faith-based organizations on preventing incitement to violence and provides recommendations on how they can best support the prevention of genocide and related crimes, that's war crimes and crimes against humanity. And so I thank you for continuing to work in advancing the priorities and recommendations advanced by the plan. So I'd like to conclude by once again expressing my appreciation at the fact that the deliberations of this symposium aim at informing the upcoming Summit of the Future, to be held in September 2024. The Secretary of the United Nations calls the Summit of the Future a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And this summit focuses on forging a new international consensus on how we can all deliver a better present and safeguard the rights of future generations. Putting human dignity and the prevention of genocide and related crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity, also known as atrocity crimes, at the forefront of shaping our future is not only a moral decision, it must become a political priority. So I call on member states, as I always do, and all relevant actors to renew their efforts to ensure that the dignity of everyone is protected from all kinds of discrimination. So in these very difficult times, dear friends, we also have an obligation to renew our commitment to the multilateral system and entrust it with all necessary political support and resources so that it can help us find sustainable solutions to ongoing crises. And I would just like to end also by mentioning the situation in Sudan, for which I've issued 6 statements, for which I've been so categorical, more categorical than I've ever been. I was previously as categorical on the situation of Ethiopia in regard to the kind of crimes that are happening there, in regard to the shape that they take. As I said, that we do not determine whether genocides have happened or not, but we can describe the situations based on our framework of analysis, which draws its risk factors from previous genocides. And I've described especially the situation of the Masalit community in Sudan. I've described the targeting of boys, young boys, who've been killed consistently and not getting traction in the world. So I would ask for your support in this. I count, as always, on the invaluable support and contributions of religion and faith-based organizations towards a better world for present and future generations that is free from genocide and related crimes and based on all possible positive multilateral interactions among nations. So I'd just like to end by saying that Raphael Lemkin, the man who created the word genocide, he said, he issued a 1,000-piece article for the New York Times on the day when the Genocide Convention was approved, and he died shortly after. He was a person who dedicated his life to the getting the Genocide Convention in place, and his stories speak of somebody who was constantly he was poor, you could see even by the way he dressed. Sometimes he passed out in hunger on the floors on the corridors of the UN. And he said that he hoped that the Genocide Convention could become a living force in world society. And I do hope that with religious leaders, that we can make this happen, that the Genocide Convention can become something that everybody speaks about, everybody quotes, and we are launching a campaign to enable the world understand the Genocide Convention, which is actually not even a very big document, so that then they know what to do, and they know who to speak to, how to call it out when they see it happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nderitu. It's for your remarks and also pointing out the importance of the Convention on Prevention of Genocide. And I would like to say that the work that the Office on the Prevention of Genocide is doing with faith-based organization is not only documentation, it's practical work. My organization has we can testify that we are working together for the prevention of hate speeches and prevention of genocide in many countries. So thank you very much for your work, and we hope that your expectations as well are realized. So I would like now to hand over to Simona for introduce our next panel.
Thank you, Rudelmar, and thank you, Under Secretary General Alice Nderitu. We will now start with the first panel, for the first session, and I would like to introduce the moderator, Ms. Audrey Kitigawa. Ms. Kitigawa will be moderating remotely this panel on upholding human dignity, respecting rights, and flourishing humanity. Ms. Kitigawa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Simona. And aloha nui loa from Honolulu, Hawaii, where it's now 3:45 a.m. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizers of this symposium for the invitation to moderate this panel. The topic of our panel today is upholding human dignity, respecting rights, flourishing humanity. The first words of the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognize the inherent dignity and equal and unalienable rights of all members of the human family. And Article 1 states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The Human Rights Commission that drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights viewed human dignity as the highest expression of the worth of each human being. It was a guiding principle during the drafting of this landmark document, and it became the defining heart of the Declaration. This goal resonates in the foundational document that defines human rights because dignity is achievable only when people enjoy life, liberty, and security, which human rights are meant to honor and protect. Today, we are faced with many unprecedented and often intersecting challenges. Upholding human dignity becomes a moral imperative. Vulnerable people must not be marginalized, nor their needs forgotten. In many locations around the world, churches and religious organizations provide the assistance, protection, and guidance needed to uphold the sense of self-worth and dignity in those facing challenges. And we must honor and thank the faith-based organizations for their selfless service of the many individuals and organizations who are working to uphold and preserve the dignity of their communities and constituencies. Our first speaker today is Dr. Ganoune Diop. He is the Director of Public Affairs and Religious Liberty for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. He was recently conferred an honorary doctorate degree for his work in human rights and human dignity.
My 8 minutes, I would like to focus on human dignity, because this is a word that we use quite a bit, and I think it would be important that we have a common understanding. So I call it the most secure foundation for human rights and personal responsibility. Now, it is easier to identify indignity than to define dignity. There are several reasons for this misunderstanding and imprecision to attach, that is attached to the word dignity. So dignity can be misconstrued when placed on a scale of hierarchical statuses and degrees of importance, and that distorts what it genuinely represents. Dignity is in fact one of the most valuable characteristics of what it means to be human. Interestingly, the first symposium was on human dignity as the foundation for all human rights. So because dignity is connected to an infinite, unquantifiable value. In fact, I believe it must be elevated to the status of a sacred value for every person. So just maybe briefly clearing the field of dignity from misconceptions. The references to more or less dignity corrupt the very nature of dignity to begin with. There is no degree in dignity. In fact, no differentiation of dignity between genders, age, no valuing of any segment of the human family in terms of degree of dignity. In other words, there must be no hierarchical construct of the concept of dignity among human beings. Dignity, in fact, and this is not just an abstract concept, dignity should be abolishing caste, tribal privileges, and all supremacist ideologies. And in fact, dignity and equality are inseparable. So dignity then is deeply connected to the sacredness of every person, and it is not rooted in performances. It is an intrinsic status of what it means to be a human being. A newborn baby, for example, though totally dependent, with no performance whatsoever, has no less dignity than a most achieving person, right? So dignity then calls for circumspection before the mystery of every person. Human beings are not just biological beings, not even mere social beings, though important these are. There is more to us as human beings than meets the eye. We have not only physical, psychological, emotional, intellectual, social, but also spiritual dimensions. So then the quest for ultimate meaning and purpose of life is inscribed in the fabric of our very being, and that is connected to dignity. Now, maybe to underline the truth of our connection with ultimate reality in connection to dignity, let me just mention that every person, and this may be seen as almost revolutionary, but every person is more than a temple, a church, a cathedral, a mosque, or a pagoda. A human being is a mysterious habitation of the unquantifiable spirit which transcends all material reality. Now, Hindus, or more accurately, adherents of Sanatana Dharma, connect the human soul, Atman, to Brahman, the divine. That is dignity. Muslims call human beings co-regents upon whom Allah bestows dignity. Human beings are seen as emissary whom whoever touches does injustice or injury to the Creator's honor. Christians call humans temples of the Holy Spirit, man, woman, children, all sacred and to be honored because of inherent dignity. So then, every person should be looked at with marvel because of the miracle of not just consciousness, but human conscience, the inner sanctuary center of moral valuation, volitions, and visions of worldview. consequently, every person should be valued, no one violated, no violence against anyone. Now, let me move on to say human dignity, as a matter of fact, should be seen as an antidote against violence. But because of my limited time, I'm going to skip this part, and there's a panel that will address the issue of violence, gender violence, and so forth. So then I'm going to just say this. The prescription I dare propose against violations of human dignity is to always rise above the walls of pettiness and separation and not allow oneself to become a perpetrator of evil. This is the radical solution, I believe, that Jesus was calling people. Love your enemy, for example. And that is a genuine path to healing broken human relations. Now, since it is usually easier to define indignity, as I mentioned at the beginning of this short reflection, it may be worth reminding us of the various violations of human dignity. Now, this is very concrete. Violations of human dignity are actually as follows. 1, humiliation. When we humiliate people, we violate their dignity. Violation of human dignity in terms of humiliation refer to acts that diminish the self-worth of a person or a group. To shame a person is a violation of that person's dignity. So this is not just something abstract that we use, give some, like lofty definitions. When people are instrumentalized, also we violate their dignity. So again, I'm not going to elaborate more into every category. This will be published, but it is important to realize we cannot just use people because that is against human dignity. Degradation. Violation of human dignity as degradation refer to acts that degrade the value of human beings. Human trafficking, slavery, organ trafficking, being imprisoned in inhumane condition are violations of human dignity. See, so the discussion should not be just, about lofty definitions that we're talking about. Dehumanization, right? Expressions of violation of human dignity are the following: genocides, torture, rape, social exclusion, labor exploitation, bonded labor, slavery, poverty, imposed manual scavengings, think about it, female genital mutilation, lack of sanitation, even that is also, should be understood through the lenses of the need for human dignity. Poverty. Now, and I want to mention this because usually we don't attach this with the realm of human dignity. Think about Niger and its uranium. This is the perpetual scandal of delayed development. For example, imagine Niger is the 3rd largest producer of uranium, a radioactive metal which is most widely used for fuel for nuclear energy. Nevertheless, 85% of the population of Niger has no access to electricity. So we're talking about indignity, right? Okay, think about the Katanga region, the paradox of being rich but poor, right? The Katanga region in the southeast corner of the Congo holds more reserves of cobalt than the rest of the planet combined, right? The region is also brimming with other, like copper, iron, zinc, but people are poor. I mean, again, indignity. This is totally, so I think there is a reason why we started with human dignity, because it undergirds, right, all the themes that we have addressed during these 9 years, interestingly. But of course, one could add here another crime of indignity, the dumping of toxic waste on the shore of oceans and rivers in Africa. Indignity, right? And probably, I would like to conclude by saying this. It is imperative that we now have a global and just mobilization to restore human dignity and human rights of persons and people. You see, we organize several things all over the place, and that's good. But a combined effort undergirded by the concept of dignity, that everything we do, we are avoiding these violations on the one hand, but on the other hand, restoring, right? Restoring human dignity. So then, let me restate to conclude a critical question. When is human dignity violated? Foremost, I will say here, when human conscience is violated. When a person's inner sanctum is intruded by someone else. When a person's internal holy site is defiled. Human dignity is violated when there are coercion, compulsion, when there is stifling on any person's conscience, when restriction of freedom of thought, expression, assembly, and association have become the norm. So then, I would like to call all faith-based organizations to adopt the imperative of human dignity as an intrinsic, now listen to this, foundational principle to be recognized in every human being. And consequently, together, faith-based organization among ourselves and in partnership with UN agencies and interagencies task force to develop strategic plannings. Until we get there, then something is missing. Concrete common plans of action, not just the promotion of our separate organizations, but working together on the foundation of human dignity. And again, a common work for the restoration, and I use this word on purpose, of human dignity for all and everywhere. Finally, but it all starts at personal levels. To each one of us is entrusted a common mission, each one of us, personally, a sacred mandate to contribute to the restoration of every person's dignity. There is a person sitting beside you and those watching. For every person is your kin and your kind in dignity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Diop, for your very inspiring and informative comments. And we will move to our next speaker now, Elisa Gazzotti. She is a UN representative and focal point chair of the NGO Working Group on Human Rights Education for Soka Gakkai International. Elisa, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this very important and timely symposium today. I will be focusing on human rights education to respect human rights and uphold human dignity. Just last month, we commemorated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights during a very challenging month for humanity, with increasing brutal violence and human rights abuses and people losing hope in human rights and the United Nations. Yet, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Turk, gave a powerful speech, and I would like to quote some of his words. He said, "Human rights have not failed. Human rights are inherent to every human being. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was crafted with lessons drawn from two global wars, the Holocaust, atomic destruction, profound economic devastation, and generations of colonial exploitation, oppression, injustice, and bloodshed. It was conceived as a roadmap to a more stable, more just world." End of quote. At Soka Gakkai International, we have been working for many years in the field of human rights education based on the core belief in the respect for the value and dignity of all human beings, which is a central component of Buddhism. The focus of Nichiren Buddhism is in fact to show the inherent dignity of all human beings, enabling each person to realize their infinitely precious potential. In this sense, we believe that human rights can be truly a powerful force for transformation of reality when they're not only understood as norms of behavior, but really lived and practiced in our daily life, manifested in our thoughts, words, and actions, really doing our best to treasure and respect the person that is really in front of us. Our approach to human rights education is based on the belief that human rights education is not about acquiring specific knowledge or certain set of skills, but really in reviving our humanity, to be able to understand and embrace those that are different from us. In this view, we have been taking on some initiatives to promote human rights education at the global and local level. At the global level, since 2018, I have represented SGI as the chair of the NGO Working Group on Human Rights Education and Learning, which is a network of non-governmental organizations that do advocacy at the UN, and especially during the Human Rights Council, to promote human rights education. The NGO Working Group is also part of the Conference of NGOs in Consultative Relationship with the UN, Congo. It includes faith-based organizations and also secular organizations. Over the years, we organized several side events and oral and written statements on several issues, interacting with the UN Office for Human Rights and also with the platform of member states on human rights education, which consists of 7 states that promote human rights education in the international arena. All NGOs engage equally with the platform and collaborate with the UN Office for Human Rights. And so far, I have not seen any barrier in being a faith-based organization, specifically in the human rights education field. The strength of this group, if I can share, is the really collective voice of civil society. And at the same time, one of the main challenges that I see is that really to agree on a certain issue. For instance, we worked in the framework of the World Programme for Human Rights Education, which is an international initiative which aims at enhancing human rights education around the world, and was established by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2004. It is an ongoing initiative which has been structured in consecutive phases, and last year consultations were held around which focus or target area the 5th phase should focus. After some discussions, we were really able to advocate for this 5th phase to focus on the youth from marginalized communities. And this phase will start next year in 2025. One of the main challenges with working with such a diverse group of faith and non-faith actors can be really agreed on some issues, which for some religious groups can be defined as sensitive. And there are different ones. I will not name one specific. The challenge here can be really to really have a sincere dialogue. We can really overcome this challenge and really understand where each group comes from, since the end goal should really be the same for each person and organization working on human rights. The strength of such group is that after some dialogue, there is more weight when a proposal comes from a collective group rather than a single organization. In terms of our activities at the local level, I would like to mention a project that was just launched at the UN in Geneva, Switzerland, in commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And as Soka Gakkai International, we collaborated with Amnesty International and the UN Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights on a project titled Change Makers, Stories of Young Human Rights Educators, which shares stories of 7 young human rights educators acting to promote human rights education in their own communities. They come from different parts of the world, such as Morocco, South Africa, Kyrgyzstan, Serbia, Japan, Mexico, and Samoa, and focus on several human rights issues, such as disability, children's rights, and gender equality. We hope that this project would document and highlight real-life daily struggles and challenges of young people around the world who are courageously standing up to fight injustice, upholding the dignity of life in their respective places of belonging, so that many more young people around the world can be inspired and encouraged to take action to promote and protect human rights. I would like to conclude this short presentation with a quote from an editorial titled Learning About Dignity by SGI President Keita, which says, I quote, "The foundation of a culture of human rights is established when we can develop an empathetic openness toward the suffering of others, feeling their pain as our own, and when we can ceaselessly strive to bring out our best self, to behave at all times and in all situations in a manner that we can proudly affirm." This quote has always encouraged me to try to really implement this way of behavior in my own environment. So not only my work on human rights education, but really in my community. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Elisa. And our next presenter is Atallah Fitzgibbon. He is a Faith Partnerships Advisor at Islamic Relief Worldwide. Atallah, you now have the floor.
I'm going to talk about how human dignity and human rights forms the basis of our sort of conceptual framework about human development within the Muslim community and how it's influenced our work. So as Ganoune mentioned, also within the Muslim community, human dignity is a foundational principle for development, and human rights is also central to both our understanding of theology and revelation, and to the way we work. So human dignity is also rooted in our understanding of the creation of human beings. All creation has dignity, but we know from the Quran that God bestowed a particular dignity on human beings, the progeny of Adam, and conferred on them special favors, and that included the status of vice-regent, or khulafa in Arabic. And in bestowing that status, he cast into humans elements of the ability of divine knowledge, of attributes of God, such as kindness and love, and all of those attributes that we are shared, that God has shared with us. And so in manifesting himself in us, that is the root of human dignity. Now, in Islamic teaching, human dignity is protected by law, including divine law. And there are 5 main principles that emerged within divine law that contributed to dignity, and that includes faith and spirituality as a critical form of human dignity, life and good health, all the basics of the provision of life form a basic platform of human dignity, intellect and education, absolutely critical, wealth and access to capital of different kinds. And then the 5th one being posterity, which is could broadly be described as the common good, the social capital that provides humans dignity. Now, God referenced rights to those liberally in the Quran, and this is one verse in which he talks about the rights to wealth, that we don't just talk about obligations, religious obligations. The other side of the coin to religious obligations is rights. And so it became very important within Islamic relief that we started talking about those rights, and that we not only talked about obligations. So the role of justice in the delivery of those of human dignity and those contributing factors is absolutely critical. The Quran and Revelation constantly reiterates the importance of establishing social justice and access to those rights, and the protection and promotion of those rights is absolutely of that divine law that supports, and all law that supports rights is critically important. An example could be, for instance, on the protection of life is access to humanitarian support, access to health, access to sustenance and nutrition, health, and all of those basic things which we see within the humanitarian community as being absolutely critical. So I've talked about justice being a central principle. Human rights themselves within Islamic teaching have a slightly more complex understanding than the generally secular one, in that we believe human rights are a manifestation of human dignity, but in Islam, rights are God-given. So we don't think just of the sort of binary understanding of the social contract of the rights being the rights that afforded to the individual by the state, but we think of rights emerging from divine right. And indeed, our understanding of human rights, of others' human rights, forms the basis that they are actually form part of the rights of God, because God manifests himself through creation. So in damaging and hurting the rights of others, we are offending God. So it's an extremely important principle in Islam. One of the interesting areas we share with other faiths is this concept of duty bearers, and called within Catholic social teaching subsidiarity. So the understanding that actually rights start with those around us, our family, our neighbors, our community, the state, the wider community of humans and creation. And therefore, we think of rights starting at home, really, as opposed to it necessarily being a more legal concept. Rights are something that we will be accountable for. So it's not just about what we might be held liable in court for. As believers, we understand that the rights even of the smallest animal we will have to answer for. The other different concept is the concept of the right of the individual, and then the concept of the right of God. And I've talked about the right and the rights of God, incorporating actually all human rights, but also the obligations of obedience and respect to the divine. And that forms the central respect for divine law. So just finally, I'd say that understanding and teaching about rights forms the basis of our approach to social behavioral change, to tackling peace building and the rights of minority issues, understanding approaches to charitable giving, and integrating power analysis into programming. So at Islamic Relief, we've certainly tried to mainstream those understandings and make communities integrated their own religious understanding of rights with secular understandings. I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Atallah, for your presentation. And our final speaker for this panel is Dr. Michael Weiner. He is a human rights officer at the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. Thank you so much and welcome, Michael. You now have the floor.
Thank you so much, Audrey. And picking up what the previous speakers already delved into, I wanted to look into the triangle between human dignity, respecting rights, and flourishing humanity. So precisely to look into these three interconnected terms, but also how faith-based actors, but also the United Nations and the international community, how we can all collaborate in that context. And here for the last 7 years almost, the Faith for Rights framework, I think, resonates very much with this triangle of human dignity, human rights, and flourishing humanity. It's essentially 18 commitments to upholding the dignity and the equal worth of all human beings. And it has been a collaborative effort. So it's really not imposed top down, but it's coming very much bottom up with the various individuals, communities, United Nations entities, special rapporteurs, treaty body members coming together and first charting 18 commitments on faith for rights, but then also having, and that was something that Elisa in terms of human rights education already mentioned, also bringing a peer-to-peer learning methodology and also concrete action on the ground in that context. So just to zoom into the question of the relationship between faith and rights, they obviously ideally should be mutually reinforcing spheres. And there again, you have the individual and the communal expressions of religions or beliefs, which ultimately thrive and flourish in environments where human rights, based on equal worth of all individuals, are protected, and protected equally, I have to stress. And then that is one side of the coin. On the flip side, you have also obviously the fact that human rights can equally benefit from the deeply rooted ethical and spiritual foundations provided by the various religions and beliefs. So that's also what previous speakers reflected upon. One additional part is the individual and communal flourishing, so flourishing of humanity, and fundamental for that is speech. So the possibility to express yourself, and obviously speech is a crucial medium either for the good or the evil sides of humanity. So oftentimes we see that wars are cultivated by advocacy of hatred. But at the same time, on the positive side, you also have positive speech as a healing tool to reconcile and to build peace, both in the hearts, but also in the minds. That's also a quote from that Beirut Declaration on Faith for Rights. And it's building deliberately on the Rabat Plan of Action, which again is very much related to the roles and responsibilities of religious and also political leaders. So let me just quote the three core responsibilities in that context. Religious leaders should refrain from using messages of intolerance or expression, which may incite violence, hostility, or discrimination. They also have a crucial role to play in speaking out firmly and promptly against intolerance, discriminatory stereotyping, and hate speech. And they also should be clear that violence can never be tolerated as a response to incitement to hatred. And these three core responsibilities of the Rabat Plan of Action are really fundamental for the engagement. And you may ask yourself, what is the value of such a statement? The Rabat Plan of Action actually was used by, or has been used by, national authorities for audiovisual communication at the national level, but then also by United Nations field presences all across the globe, by special rapporteurs in individual communications to states, by the Human Rights Committee, for example, one of the treaty bodies of the United Nations, in its general comment on peaceful assembly. Also, the European Union in its gender action plan is specifically asking their own external action service diplomats to engage with religious leaders using the faith rights framework. The Council of Europe is also in its hate speech recommendation explicitly using it. And just as the last example, for social media, where obviously that is a huge question in terms of content moderation, Meta's oversight board has in more than a dozen of its decisions explicitly used the Rabat threshold test. So how can this now be used in the engagement? And also, what Atallah already mentioned in terms of the duty bearers. What is the specific role of religious leaders in that context? And here, from a legal point of view, there's an interesting analogy which the Beirut Declaration establishes, comparing it to the human rights obligations of non-state actors if they exercise significant or effective control over territory in times of conflict. And then Faith for Rights basically makes the analogy by saying also religious leaders exercise a heightened degree of influence over the hearts and minds of the followers at all times. So this is actually the legal link under international human rights law, also basing itself on a general recommendation by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and also by a special rapporteur's report of 2014. So here you can see how the different findings of treaty bodies, special procedures, are basically brought into the discussion and bring the soft law standard in that context together. What I mentioned at the beginning, how to implement this is obviously requiring a peer-to-peer learning methodology, which we have fine-tuned and developed through several expert workshops. Actually, also to give a shout out to Ganoune Diop, because he was personally involved, and also we had the privilege of having 3 of our expert workshops in Collonges-sous-Salève, actually just next to Geneva. So this is a rights-based vision for the management of religious, cultural, and ethnic diversity. And just to add another point that is important in all this engagement, the use of artistic expressions in such events, because either through photos, videos, music, improvisation, dance, street art, social media, and so on, you can really reach the hearts much closer and much more direct than just the brain, as it were. And let me give you 2 examples precisely from the Faith for Rights Toolkit, which is bringing this together. One is an artistic example from the Instagram page of a street artist, urban artist Wills, very renowned. And he went to Sierra Leone, where he made a mural that celebrated the country's inter- and intra-religious tolerance. And then I quote his Instagram: "This special project culminated in the depiction of 2 local children, Paul and Alfreda, who belong to the same family, the boy being a Christian and the girl a Muslim. A country where it is common to have members of the same family belonging to different religions can teach us a lot about tolerance," unquote. And so the toolkit includes obviously also the photo, but then also several other examples. And the second example I wanted to just flag from the former Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief about the role and the power of different civil society organizations working together and creating a common platform. So it's obviously joining forces, demonstrating commitments to human rights and solidarity, but it's also a message in itself. So he flagged the example of initiatives taken by Christian civil society organizations in support of atheists or Buddhists under threat, and public statements by Baha'i representatives against the persecution of Shia Muslims. So again, very concrete and powerful examples. And then the last point I wanted to pick from the toolkit is about the role of faith actors in armed conflict and in enhancing compliance also with international humanitarian law, obviously also with international human rights law. And useful strategies can include peer pressure, peer cooperation, peer learning between states, non-state groups, religious leaders, faith actors, and United Nations human rights mechanisms. And here, also to give a shout out to Azza Karam, who will be speaking later today and who was also the Spiritus Rector of the first symposium 10 years ago, and also the engagement by the United Nations entities with religious actors. We had precisely 2 years ago a roundtable under the Generating Respect project, also with the former Special Rapporteur Ahmed Shahid. So if you want to know more about that, there's also the link in the toolkit. So let me conclude by quoting from the Beirut Declaration on Faith for Rights, because I think this quote brings together the theme of today's panel on respecting rights and flourishing humanity. Religious actors should be enabled, both nationally and internationally, to assume their responsibilities in defending our shared humanity against incitement to hatred, those who benefit from stabilizing societies, and the manipulators of fear to the detriment of equal and inalienable human dignity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Michael, and to all of our panelists. We will now move into the question and answer period, and we may have to cut the time short, but in any event, we have a question. So if we could pull all the panelists up, please. We have a question. How do the celebration of religious festivals and spiritual anniversaries contribute to human rights and promote cosmic spirituality? So I think this is a very appropriate question for Michael to answer in light of the comments that you just gave to us. So would you like to take this question?
Many thanks. And indeed, the various religious festivals are an important entry point of engaging and also of coming together by having the joint celebration. So ideally, if the different communities invite each other to their festivities. The Faith Rights Toolkit also has a very concrete example of having a calendar in different languages with all the various religious and belief festivities, explaining their background and thereby also educating basically everyone and increasing faith literacy, but then also increasing human rights literacy by bringing human rights standards and norms into the discussion. And the last point I wanted to make in that context, because it's also symbolical, but it's also a way of bringing people together and having concrete activities together, is again from the Faith for Rights framework, the idea of having a walk on Faith for Rights, always around or on the 10th of December, which is International Human Rights Day. And we have been doing this, for example, in Geneva to Collonges, which is technically obviously in France, but still in walking distance. And for the 4th time now, we have done this as a joint walk whereby we go through the different places of worship, attend each other's services, and discuss also while walking together. So I think that's a very concrete and hands-on example.
Thank you so much. And another question, sorry, how do we get the Faith Rights Toolkit? Can anyone on our panel answer that question?
I will put the hyperlink in the chat, but I think someone needs to then share it with all the audience.
Okay, so now we'll go on to the next question and answer. How can we foster an inclusive understanding of spirituality, ensuring our interpretation of religion respects diverse beliefs without discrediting or harming others? So these are multiple questions in a question from this person. So who would like to answer that first question? How can we foster an inclusive understanding of spirituality, ensuring our interpretation of religion respects diverse beliefs without discrediting or harming others? Who would like to take that question?
I think personally, I will even go beyond the focus on spirituality to the focus on humanity, in a sense that respecting, and that is connected to dignity, the humanity of others, means accepting the dignity of difference. Actually, it was Rabbi Jonathan Sachs who used that concept, dignity of difference. You know, I don't have to agree with someone, spirituality or anything else, in order to appreciate our common humanity. My solidarity should not be dependent on what the other person believes or not. So, and I think because these are partisan silos, my organization, my brand, so those who are for me, us against them, that whole mindset, in fact, betray a common humanity. That's why I was talking about kin and kind. So I would go beyond just the concern of spirituality or any other and human endeavor. You know, we are multi-dimensional being. But the full acceptance of the full humanity of other people is a prerequisite, right, to even human rights. And those are based on the dignity of every person, regardless, irrespective. So, and I think, again, until I accept that the person is a full human being, then everything else is just, you know, I mean, not authentic in our relationship.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Diop. Another question, how do we reconcile the inclusive vision with the challenges posed by perceptions of other communities as inferior within certain religious missions, while upholding the imperative of rejecting hierarchical constructs of human beings and acknowledging dignitaries, abolish ideologies? That's a little awkward. Anyway, if you could take a look at it in the chat box, and acknowledging that dignities abolish ideologies. Okay, I think we need a little clarification on that, but if anyone would care to address it, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to Ganoune's point that within Islamic teaching, one always goes back to the belief and understanding that every human being is equal before God, as a creation of God, as a reflection of God. And according to prophetic teaching, you know, their history and their parentage, etc., also led to them being brought up in one religion or the other. But the core respect for human dignity rests on an understanding of each human being being a reflection and a manifestation of God, and therefore retaining and containing the rights thereby. So one has to constantly challenge people's tendency to try and remove that right of dignity from people by reminding them of that. And within some teachings, religious teachings, for instance, within the Abrahamic teachings, there's a much more defined right between those and respect. But what Islamic teaching also pays reference to the fact that revelation was provided to many peoples and is not contained to one community, and that everybody retains that access to their sort of Adamic or original spirituality, which has to be respected. So So yeah, I don't know if that helps.
Thank you so much. And the final question that we will take is, again, further, how can we strike a balance between embracing transformative visions and avoiding pitfalls associated with radical approaches, recognizing the potential problems posed by their extreme nature for harmonious coexistence?
Thank you. Maybe I will try to take this one. Yeah, I think for me it would be really, really engaging in dialogues with others, but really going in with an open heart and really try to understand different positions. Really starting from, as was shared from the other speaker, that you are all human beings. So all of us possess really this inherent dignity. And it's not about our differences, but rather what is really common in us. And try to really build and encourage each other and really having this try to really build trust and really respecting each other. So really try to focus on what is common in each person and in each religious tradition rather than what is different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I do have another question that has come in. Sorry, we're going to have to make this the last question. Says here, Christians are threatened in Pakistan for their faith. What is the plan to address this as well as in other countries where Christians are persecuted because of their faith? Who would like to take that question?
I could say something on that. I think Islamic relief has been supportive of approaches which tackle ignorance within communities. And we've worked to develop projects with a wide range of faiths, as well as people of no faith, to address core education. So a lot of what we found in places like Pakistan, but also Nigeria, is that usually the main cause of discrimination and abuse by people of faith, of other faiths, is based on ignorance, usually of their own faith. And so the answer is often the increase in religious literacy and understanding, in that a little bit of understanding is often dangerous. So yeah, I think these issues are best tackled by deepening understanding, by a deeper understanding of religion, rather than not dealing with religion at all, or rather than just seeing it as a purely secular issue. For sustainable change, people need to be able to understand human rights from their own faith perspective.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will have to close the question and answer period. I'd like to give an opportunity to each of our panelists to give 2 minutes of conclusory comments, and we will begin with Dr. Diop.
Just as a footnote to what has just been said, almost all communities, human communities, face persecution of one kind or the other. So I think the exclusive focus on Christian being persecuted should be expanded, because you find Muslims who are persecuted, and in the conversation we're not even bringing the indigenous people. You see, so I think we need to broaden our understanding, not making it just, of persecution. It is not just a political tool for a promotion of one agenda. So again, but coming back, and this is my concluding remark, I think we have a difficulty as a human family to believe that we are a human family. There is almost an obsession on division, fragmentation, separation, our silos, and etc. And even and it goes so far, think about it, even slavery, one of the symposiums here was about slavery, coloniality, colonialism, and so forth, so on. it's always people choosing one eponymous ancestor, you know, descendant of Shem, descendant of Japheth and Ham, etc. And from that, oh, black people are cursed, for example, etc., etc. And then, but all this forgetting that at least if the record has some credibility, all these three come from Noah, you know, and those who believe in one common ancestry, Adam, so we are one human family. The concept of race is a construct. So again, human dignity, I believe, gives us an opportunity to restore the human aspect of our nature. And of course, the aspect of dignity, and that has been emphasized in many ways, whether we take Islamic tradition, God bestow on human dignity, or Christianity, or Buddhism, or other faith, you know, that we have in common. Maybe on a lighter but truthful note, though, if we forget what dignity is, and here I would like to just say one word that reminds me always, the word dignity is actually the name of one person who will be speaking soon, as a karam. So karam is one of the several words for respect, but for dignity, you know. So that was just a salutation to Aza, whose name means dignity. So we cannot forget you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diop. And we'll go next to Elisa for her closing comments.
Yeah, I would like just mainly to thank you for the invitation to attend this symposium, and also really focusing on what is common in all of us, what we really shared, that is about the realization of this human dignity that is inherent to all human beings. So this is really common among our traditions, and I really hope we can continue to collaborate together further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor now to Atallah for your conclusory comments.
Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, I would also just like to stress that I think here we're talking faiths and human dignity and human rights, and the one unique element that faith brings, or discussion of faith brings, is spirituality. And human beings are all spiritual, whether they are religious or not. Everybody has a spirit, everybody expresses that spirit. And I think in reaching a balanced approach towards human dignity, we need to be respecting that far more, and we need to be respecting other people's rights to their own expression of spirituality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, it has been a fascinating panel, and we thank you for the information that you have. Yes, I'm sorry, Michael, I'm sorry. You do have your 2 minutes of conclusory remarks. Did not mean to omit you. So please, Michael, you do have the floor.
No worries. And I wanted to use my 2 minutes to respond also to another question from the chat from Genoveva, who says that it's time to have some form of culture of peace, which includes human rights, even to the women and children in armed conflict. And I think that's a key statement that I think can and should be a message also from such a symposium, where actually the various faith-based actors come together and advocate jointly for this culture of peace. I would even say the right to peace. And there is a UN declaration on the right to peace, which was adopted in 2016 already. And one of the statements in the preamble I wanted to read to you, because again, it ties nicely together what we have been discussing today. The General Assembly recalls the need for strengthened international efforts to foster a global dialogue for the promotion of a culture of tolerance and peace at all levels, based on respect for human rights and diversity of religions and beliefs. So I think that's a nice way to sum up the first panel.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now I really want to thank all of the panelists for your contributions on the topic of human dignity. And it has been, a wonderful opportunity for all of us to hear your words of wisdom. And I just want to do a very quick recapitulation of the important points raised by our panelists. Every word, of course, was important, but in light of the fact of our time constraints, I won't be able to address them all. But I'd like to indicate Dr. Diop's offer of a radical solution, where he said it's imperative to have a global mobilization to restore human dignity and rights for all faith organizations to adopt the imperative of human dignity as an intrinsic foundational principle to be recognized in every human being. So thank you so much for those words, Dr. Diop. And he also said, importantly, that it starts at a personal level and that each of us is entrusted a common mission, a sacred mandate to contribute to the restoration of every person's dignity. And I think this flags all of us that we each have personal responsibility to undertake our sacred mandate to contribute to the restoration of every person's dignity. And Elisa indicated that we must focus on human rights education and on youth in marginalized communities. And we must do our best to treasure people. And the best educational efforts are collaborative. And to Atallah, who said human dignity is a foundational principle in Islam, and the role of justice is critical. And human rights in Islam are God-given and originate from the Quran and Sunnah, and rights start at home and are something we are accountable for, not just something we are held liable for in court. And Michael, thank you so much, Michael Werner, he said the relationship between faith and rights should be mutually reinforcing. Human rights must be protected equally, and we must refrain from using messages of intolerance or expressions which may incite violence, hostility, or discrimination, and speak out firmly and promptly against hate speech. So the concept of human dignity is deeply rooted in moral, ethical, and religious traditions, honoring as it does the inherent worth, equality, and rights of every individual. Dignity fosters social justice and inclusivity and aligns with the spiritual values of the world's faith traditions. And I want to conclude with these beautiful words by Mother Teresa, who said, "Poverty doesn't only consist of being hungry for bread, but rather it is a tremendous hunger for human dignity." Amen. So I thank you all so much for joining us today, and we must now transition to our next panel. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Aloha.
Thank you very much, Ms. Audrey Kitigawa, for moderating the sessions, and also to the speakers, Ganoune, Elisa, Atallah, and Michael, for their contribution. I would like now to introduce the moderator of the next session, that we will deal on gender equality, peace, and eradicating violence, is Ms. Dawn Minott. She is the advisor at the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and with focus on gender and gender-based violence with humanitarian development and peace nexus focus. So welcome, and she will introduce the speakers of this panel.
All right. Thank you. Esteemed panelists, honored guests and friends, for those in this physical room and for those in the global rooms, because I know there are many who are joining us outside of this physical space, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am truly privileged to welcome you to this panel discussion. It's not very often when my world of work intersects with what is fundamental to who I am, my faith. So as a Seventh-day Adventist Christian, when I say it's a privilege to be here, I do mean a privilege because I feel like I'm sitting amongst brothers and sisters of different faiths, of different religions, who've come together for a common cause. And that cause is to foster dialogue on the intricate interplay between religion and international affairs. As you've heard, my name is Dawn Minott, and I'm an advisor at the UN Population Fund. And I have what I think is the most enviable task here today. And I say that because I had the privilege of meeting the panelists, and so I can tell you that it's going to be a fascinating session. It's going to be one that looks not just at the theory or the rhetoric, but will go into the practicalities of what it means about what we're discussing here today. But before I turn to the panelists, I would like just to share some points with you from the perspective of the UN, particularly the UN Population Fund, just to kind of help to set the context in terms of what we're doing here today. So if you would agree, and I believe that you would agree with me, that the world stands right now at a critical juncture. And I'm going to use the words of our Secretary General when he said, our world is in big trouble. Not just trouble, big trouble. And this sentiment is not just a rhetorical expression, it's a stark acknowledgement of the reality that we face. A world that is grappling with the devastating impacts of war and of conflicts on a global scale. The reality is that we are now less than 7 years to 2030. And that's a timeline that has been set for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And from all the assessments that have been done of all the targets of the SDGs, we are really not anywhere close to achieving what we set as our shared aspirations. The very fabric of human rights is under threat, and nowhere is this more evident than in the persistent pushback against women's rights, against gender equality, against bodily autonomy, and against sexual and reproductive health. Gender equality is what I would say the cornerstone in that it's interwoven in the SDGs. The SDGs cannot be accomplished without gender equality being met. It's also the foundation for sexual and reproductive health. Gender equality is about individuals having the freedom to not only make decisions about their bodies, but also choices about family planning. Yet in the face of increasing challenges, we find ourselves at a crossroads where these fundamental rights are at risk. For countless women and girls, no space is entirely safe because violence has invaded not only their homes, schools, but also their workplaces and their digital lives. Gender-based violence, the area that I work in particularly, remains to be pervasive. And while discrimination and intersectional inequalities persist, and these all limit women's prospects and potential. So just a bit about what UNFPA does around the world. We stand with women and girls in claiming their rights to bodily autonomy and to a life of freedom and of equality. We work with governments, we work with civil society organizations, religious leaders and organizations like the ones that are represented here, in order for us to address the issues of sexual and reproductive health, ensuring that these policies are in place and grounded in human rights and aligned with national and international human rights mechanisms. In a world that is witnessing an unprecedented level of conflict, women's and girls' rights have become, I would say, as it were, collateral damage, in the sense that these rights are suffering the unintended consequences of violence and conflict. So for this panel, it makes sense that our focus will be on addressing the current state of pervasive violence and conflict and its profound impact on gender equality. We have a distinguished set of panelists, and they will share their experiences in working at the community level as well as with young people on preventing violence. They will shed light on how the rise of fundamentalism poses a direct threat to women's rights, and also explore the specific role that faith actors can play in this critical arena. Our conversation will extend beyond the grim realities we face today. I did want to start out by setting that context, but together we will also discuss how we can collectively build a more just and peaceful world, a world that guarantees the rights and safety of women and girls, and indeed, the rights for everyone. So in the next 50 minutes or so, I invite you to reflect, think about what's being said, to engage. If you are in this room, it helps when I see smiling faces and nodding heads, and if you have a point to raise, and raising hands. For those of you who are online, I'm not sure how much access you have, but if you can use the emojis, you've got happy faces and hearts and clapping hands to also engage online as well. We'll allow our panelists to first speak, and then we'll open up for questions and comments after. So as I mentioned, we have a distinguished panel. It will be 4 speakers. We've got Ms. Karen Volker, who has the privilege of being in the room with us. And that's the beauty of, I was going to say the beauty of COVID, but I'm going to say instead the beauty of the consequences of COVID is that we can now operate in a hybrid world. So Karen and I are in the room, but online we have Reverend Dr. Aline Nieuwenveld, we have Mr. Jimmy Briggs, and Dr. Azakaram. You've heard that name quite a bit today. In the interest of time, I will introduce each speaker by their name, title, and organization, and while I pose the question, then you will see their bios on the screen. So that will give you a chance to peruse a little bit more detail about who they are while I read the questions to them. So without further ado, I do invite our esteemed panelists to share their insights and experiences. And panelists, just a reminder, we are right on time. We want to keep it on time. We also want to leave some time for engagement of those in the room and those online as well. So I'll remind you to stick to the time that's been allotted, and I will be interjecting at that 1-minute mark to let you know that you've got a minute so that we can keep on track. All right, with all of that said, first, I'm going to turn over to Ms. Karen Volker. Karen is the Director of Partnership and Violence Prevention at United Religions Initiative. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the question I'd like to pose to you, Karen. In your career at the United Religious Initiative and beyond, you have worked on prevention of violence both at the community level and in international arenas. So what linkages do you see between the two and between violence against women and in the broader context of violence? And what are the specific roles of faith-based organizations in countering this structural violence? Over to you, Karen.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depending on where you are, I am very excited to be here with you today from United Religions Initiative. URI is a global grassroots network of interfaith activists. We have members in 118 countries, and all of those members believe deeply in the power of interfaith cooperation. URI's 3 purpose areas are to promote daily interfaith cooperation, end religiously motivated violence, and create cultures of peace, justice, and healing. One of my personal mantras, and I was very excited to see the order of events today with a panel on dignity and then a panel on violence, is that we need to have peace and dignity for all humanity. And so that juxtaposition was very pleasing for me to see this morning. With respect to the question, I come from a background of working on violence prevention using a health approach, which means that we treat violence as a behavior that can be prevented and which spreads in a contagious manner. Now, what's very important about that are the 2 things I said. It can be prevented, so there is hope, and it's something we all need to be focused on. We should never accept violence as normal and something that is inevitable. The fact that violence is contagious is not just something that I'm saying, but something that's been proven through multiple independent studies and evaluations by neuroscientists, epidemiologists, anthropologists, and sociologists who have demonstrated the many ways in which violence is contagious. So this exposure to violence leads to more violence. And that exposure and that contagion happens between people, so from person to person. It happens between types of violence, and I'll come back to that in a second, and it happens intergenerationally. So this is very important. All types of violence need to be stopped. And none of them is better than any of the others. They're all equally bad, and we need to be focused on that. Now, URI, one of the reasons I was excited to come to URI, I joined them a year ago, is that this interfaith network this interfaith network provides the potential to really encourage faith leaders and actors to become engaged in interrupting and stopping violence. And that's something that I think is very important. Everybody walks around with their own circle of influence, and that influence is very important in helping to shift norms and behaviors. And what we want to do is have every one of us and all faith leaders and actors, regardless of where they are, use their influence to try to prevent violence in their communities. And there are very specific ways that they can do that. But with faith leaders, they come with a built-in constituency because they are active in a faith community. That means they're part of a community. And that community comes from a position of hope and peace and wanting justice. So I, at URI, and my role at URI is to really encourage faith leaders and actors to use their influence to try to interrupt and stop violence. And with respect to violence against women, it is one of the ways that we have seen that it is contagious. So even if it starts somewhere else, it may end up in the home. And if it starts in the home, it may end up in the school. And all of this is extremely important for us as interfaith leaders and actors and anybody in the world, really, honestly, to use your influence to try to interrupt and stop violence.
I do see nodding heads. So that's good. And I do see a thumbs up. Really, Karen, thank you so much for this, because what you've really touched on is the continuum of violence, and also that there is a level of normalization of violence in our societies that is not acceptable, particularly because it is a behavior that can change. And zero tolerance against violence, particularly violence against women, is a mantra that we have. So thank you so much for bringing that into our conversation. We'll hear from Karen a little bit later. But for now, we're going to go to our online audience and our online panelists, to be specific. And we'll bring in now Reverend Dr. Elene Nieuwenveld, who serves as the Gender Justice Program Manager at ACT Alliance. Reverend, we see you on the screen. Thank you for being here. We'd like to hear from you your perspective on how the rise of fundamentalism, whether religious, economic, or national, work to regress human rights and women's rights in particular. The floor is yours, Reverend. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity for having me here. In ACT Alliance, in managing and working in the gender program, developing some programs with our members in the regions and different contexts, we have learned that, yes, fundamentalist discourses are using the notion, a misleading notion of gender ideology to counter that critical approach of gender justice or gender equality. And we, in the gender program, then we are using this gender equality and gender justice as a social construct to deconstruct then this unequal power structure and relationship. This discourse reaffirms the paradigm of a citizen model that is rational, adult, white, Western, developed, homophobic man, normally. For this reason, fundamentalisms deny and possibly or deny any possibility of women agency towards sexual and reproductive justice and rights, and towards the recognition of multiple identities. Fundamentalists, neoliberal ideologies consolidates the representation of women as the weaker sex, considering them as victims to be protected. Due to these misconceptions, and the policies that are aimed then are characterized by strong paternalistic character and a little or no participation of women in their design of implementation. This interesting thing about the new fundamentalist stage of is that is a reactive character and a broader movement, moving in various social spaces and fields, not only religion, but also in law, in bioethics, in economics, and in politics. Is a confluence of fundamentalisms. And in that sense, we have a very nice, very deep and interesting study done from ACT members in Latin America. And I'm asking someone to put the link of that study in the chat that we can have access to it. It is in English and in Spanish. A wider discussion is necessary, bringing together different actors, religious, social movements, feminist and political groups together. The aim is to create a plural, multicultural, and polyphonic of a global feminist agenda, including issues such as the feminization of poverty, the dichotomy between the private and the public spheres, women's struggles, and the expropriation of sexuality, and the recognition of social and religious and political movements with the ideals and values and symbols of feminism. This popular, anti-capitalist, and decolonizing feminist movement will grow from the knowledge and creativity, the capacity of women and men in the context of erosion of failure and democracy and shrinking civil society space.
Reverend, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. The instrumentalization of fear is one of the main devices of social discipline, which against then uses gender ideology and declare feminism as a discourse of hatred towards men and turning into a political platform of war. To counter this fear is the role of religion and religious actors. Is one of the main movement for religious and religious community and faith communities, is to work and to nurture and to engage in prophetic movements of spirituality that have justice and solidarity as a foundational action that sustains. To overcome discourse of religious intolerance and political extremism is important then to create safe spaces of dialogue where respect must be what governs our relationship and guides our ability to embrace differences, which this then goes beyond tolerance, which means then to engage and cooperate in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Reverend. You've touched on so many very strong and powerful points in terms of the role of religious leaders and institutions, particularly in terms of deconstructing gender, but also you talked about gender justice. And though you didn't delve into it much, you touched a little bit on the intersectional nature of the work that we do, recognizing that we all experience oppressions in different ways depending on how we come into this conversation, how we come into this world. So thank you for bringing those insights in, and we'll hear from you again a little bit later. So I'd like to now bring into view the only male we have on our panel, which is a turn-off event, isn't it? Normally it's the other way around. So Mr. Jimmy Briggs, you have the honor of being the sole male on this panel, and you are an activist, you are a journalist, and you are also associated with a very important campaign So I'd like to ask you, Jimmy, as the Man Up campaign is this global initiative which is aiming to activate youth to stop violence against women and girls, what would you say is the role young people play in addressing and preventing violence against women and girls? And in your response, because you're coming in from the context of this campaign, if you can give us some practical insights and lessons that you've learned based on the campaign itself. Over to you, Jimmy.
First of all, thank you so much. It is an honor to be a part of this conversation. And just for clarification, I was one of several co-founders of Man Up Campaign. I'm not the director of the initiative anymore. A gentleman named Fred Sullivan has been leading the campaign for the past 5 years, or actually slightly more than 5 years, but I still have an affiliation with the campaign, of course, its goals. The first part of the question, I so appreciate your facilitation as well. I think young people, children and youth play a critical, fundamental role in addressing and preventing violence against women and girls in particular. I think I was so appreciative what Karen Volker said earlier about the intergenerational aspect of violence. From what I saw as a journalist, but particularly through the framing of the Man Up campaign, which I'll talk more about momentarily, young people, especially children, are not only usually the witnesses and bystanders and often the victims themselves of gender-based violence, but too often they're put in situations where they're learning the behaviors, learning the patterns of violence in the home, or violence in the community, and at the same time inheriting and I would say propagating trauma throughout intergenerationally, as Karen mentioned before. The Man Up campaign, just to give some context, was and is rather a global initiative launched in 2010 in South Africa on the occasion of the World Cup. The vision of myself and my co-founders at the time was to bring together young people from throughout the world, and in this case, brought together people from 50 countries, primarily from Sub-Saharan Africa, but also from Latin America, South Asia, as well as North America, to bring them together over the course of a week to not only share experiences and kind of individual testimonies about their experience with sexual and gender-based violence, but also talk about the opportunity for young people, both young men and women collaboratively, to address violence in their homes, in their communities, and their countries at large. Many of them people in that campaign are coming from and working in conflict-affected areas. Not all, but those who are, consequently, conflict-related sexual violence is at the top of their minds. And so one of the things that I think young people, one of the lessons learned from that campaign, which is still an active initiative now, is the need for young people and their innovation. One of the things we saw in 2010 was just the ideas around addressing gender-based violence, but also talking about it in ways that were authentic, that were accessible. Too often, I think we can all recognize any conversations around gender, more often than not, are siloed, but by many to be seen as women's issues, themes around women and girls solely. And what Man Up campaign recognized was that young people of all gender identities not only had a stake in addressing violence along to the frame of gender, but also had strong feelings, strong ideas on what had to happen in terms of really elevating it, destigmatizing it as an issue to be discussed, but also ways of engaging their peers to address it authentically, whether through sports, whether through technology, whether through the arts. It was really reaching people where they are and really building proximity and accessibility. Also, too, I think one of the key lessons has been the need for really not only authentic engagement, but clarified, transparent conversations. As you all, especially on this panel discussion, recognize more than I do for sure. Gender-based violence is a stigmatizing conversation to have, both for those people who survive it, who are targets of it, and as well as, frankly speaking, for those whose behavior leads to gender-based violence, right? And it's different
Jimmy,
forms.
you have 1 minute.
And so, by engaging boys and young men in particular, Men Up Campaign recognized the need to bring a prevention element into it, not to wait to youth or adulthood when patterns of behavior and thinking are much more challenging to reverse or mitigate, but to really engage young people as they were journeying through adolescence and through adulthood, really helping them identify more personal, more personally sincere identities of masculinity and manhood, and healthier, frankly speaking, that didn't involve exhibiting traditional behaviors of misogyny or harmful language or behavior towards each other, but also towards people of other gender identities. I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. I can tell that you could go on and on and on. And we're going to give some more time later on to you for that. This topic is not something that we can really discuss effectively and completely in an hour. So we're really just having a start of this conversation. And I like what you said, Jimmy, in terms of dialogue and the importance of dialogue and the power in words. So be able to open conversations that are transparent and engaging men and boys in meaningful ways. And really just flagging that, as Karen mentioned, that violence it's a learned behavior which can be unlearned. And I just want to commend you on the great work that you and the teams are doing in really engaging men and boys around this authentic conversation and demystifying what it means to address violence against women and girls. So, Jimmy, thank you. And now we will hear from Dr. Azza Karam. Azza is likely no stranger to anyone in this room or in our global rooms. But allow me just to say that she's currently the president and CEO of the Women's Learning Partnership. She also serves as a member of the UN Secretary General High-Level Advisory Board on Multilateralism, as well as a professor of religion and development at the Faria Universiteit in Amsterdam. Azza, welcome back to the symposium. This is the 10th year. It's hard to believe that we're up on 10 years already. So I'd like to invite you to share with us, from your perspective, how gender-related issues have evolved over the time since we first convened this symposium. In your response, if you'd also share on why having inclusive approaches and working across sectors is important in countering the state of violence and its gendered impact. Over to you, Azza.
Thank you very much indeed, Dawn. And it is a tremendous joy to see you and to have you in this role. It is also a tremendous privilege for me to be part of this gathering. It means a great deal to me because I remember the very first times when the entire idea and the concept of bringing together UN actors with other secular international actors and faith-based actors to discuss this symposium as an annual event and as the space where we can link the common concerns and issues that relate to peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. So I want to commend those who walked with me on that journey, Rudelmar, Ganoune, Levy, and a number of other colleagues, including Audrey, who's with us here, who were there from the very beginning of this journey. So it is indeed a great privilege. But I especially want to give tribute and pay tribute to three women who I know have been central to the maintenance of this symposium, the gathering that brings us together, most especially Alison Kelly, Ivy Cook, and May Hassoun. It is important to name those who work and labor very hard. It is important not to take anyone for granted. And I think that right there is part of the challenge of working with and on and against all forms of violence, especially including gender-based violence, which is not only violence against women, it is gender-based violence. I think we take a great deal for granted and we end up either forgetting or simply assuming that those who have worked so hard to make legislation, advocacy, knowledge, resistance, resilience possible are often deeply forgotten. We can't have a name every year, a day of the year named after every individual who has contributed so much. That is obviously impossible because the whole days of the year will be finished and we won't have covered one over the millions of people whose hard work has resulted in this journey. So I just want to make sure that we pay tribute accordingly. That doesn't count as part of my time, Dawn. My time starts now. And I just wanted to say special tribute to Eleni, Reverend Dr. Eleni, because she mentioned and she kind of zeroed in and hammered on the white, Western, developed, homophobic man. And I think therein lies indeed the nucleus of yet another one of conundrums, is that we work on issues and framed issues that are framed by that particular typology. But in so doing, as Jimmy was himself mentioning, we actually end up reducing the challenge. I have 3 points, which I will say very quickly. Each one is effectively a rhetorical question. In my Islamic tradition, if you read the Holy Quran, it is replete with rhetorical questions. Can you not see nature around you? Does that not make you wonder about the divine, the creator, things like that? So I will use that tradition of raising the questions, and I have 3 in particular. The first is, yes, indeed, white, Western, homophobic, etc., but not only men. To what extent have women, whether it's secular or from any faith, actually taken responsibility for the pain that they cause one another, for the harm that they inflict on one another, for the harm that they inflict on other generations of women? It is not and never has been a situation where it is men that oppress women. That dynamic, I'm not sure if that ever was there, by the way, but that dynamic is simply not true and needs to be deconstructed. Women of any ilk, faith or no faith, and nobody's without faith, need to take responsibility for the harm that they inflict on one another. That is one point. Do we do so? The second point, do we really think that if every single Christian of every single denomination around the world was to come together united, that would solve the world's problem of violence? Number one, it is really not easy for every single person of faith to come together, even within their own tradition, in total accord and unanimity. But even if that were to happen, do we really assume that the entire Christian kingdom is the savior for the whole world, so that other religions will just be sitting by and happy to be saved in that way? Truly, truly, do we not see that as people of faith, the diversity with which we were created, in the image that we were created, requires us to work together? Precisely because we come from different faiths, and sometimes from simply the faith in and of and with human rights itself, we must work together. Why do we desist from taking responsibility and working together across our differences? Why do we speak of faith-based and faith-inspired actions and principles and lofty values and ideals, and yet when it comes to working, we work in our isolated caucuses, either faith-based or secular? Why do we not reach out to one another to help, support, and guide? And my third and last question. We have heard quite a bit about the prophetic voice of the faith-based. Where is the prophetic voice of the faith-based today, united against harm done to so many around the world? We may be lucky to hear about some statements on Sudan, some statements on Ethiopia, some statements on DRC, some statements on Ukraine. Where is the united voice of religions coming together with others who may not represent a religion to decry all forms of violence? Of course, including gender-based violence. But how come we have actually siloed our resistance to violence per country, per nature, per religious tradition, per issue? We can't afford, can we afford, to be so incredibly bifurcated in the voices that are resilient, but that are resistant to violence? If we accept that gender-based violence is at the root of all forms of violence, which it is de facto, name one country where there is a form of violence, whether gang or other warfare, that doesn't also entail an increased violence against girls, boys, and women. Name one country where it's just a war, but everyone else is all right. Obviously, they intersect and interconnect. Then how come we, as missionaries and prophetic voices, will sometimes speak in silos to only one issue at a time, only one kind of violence at a time, and never take responsibility for that which we do to one another, including by being silent when we see gross injustices done onto our own sisters and brothers? Where is our prophetic voice when we speak together as people of faith on all violence and cease to assume it is somebody else's responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Diop started off with giving us the definition of your name, Karam, meaning dignity. And you started off with that dignity, really just extending the thanks and appreciation and gratitude to those who have been on this journey with you from the inception. And we, in turn, also want to pass back that level of gratitude to you as well. The passion with which you spoke to the issues, really, just in terms of, like, your very first point, which we often don't think about, but really we should, particularly as women, the harm that we cause other women. And that, I think, is just such a very strong point that you brought into this conversation, that diversity requires us to work together. We talk a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I think in many ways your statements brought that in. So thank you so much for those interjections that you've brought into the space, and we will hear from you again. We had invited our online audience to share any questions or comments that you have, and we don't see anything in the chat as yet. You are welcome to post any comments or questions. We'll pick that up at a later time. But I'd like to go back to our panelists again, and I'm going to start with you, Karen, as you're in the room with me. All of our panelists so far have really been, I hope you have been on this journey with us, but we've been trying to take you on a journey and guiding you toward defining what a more equitable and harmonious world can look like. So it is aspirational, it's visionary, but it is possible. So for the second half of our discussion, I have just one question that I'm going to pose to each of the panelists. And it's a forward-looking question. So again, especially for those of you who are online and those in the room as well, I hope that this question resonates with you. So if you have any comments or questions, we'll welcome you to either put those in the chat or raise your hands when we get to the Q&A section for those who are in the room. So the question is basically this: looking ahead, how can we build a more just and peaceful world, including, of course, from a gender inclusion perspective? And what are your key recommendations? So I'll pass the floor first to Karen. In the same order that we spoke before, Karen will be followed by Reverend Elene, and then Jimmy and Azza. So Karen, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to really echo a lot of what I've heard from the other panelists. I think there's so many great voices on this panel, and I really feel honored to be part of it. I want to pick up where Azza left off, and that is one of the key recommendations I would have is the idea of all voices speaking together against violence. I think it's very important, and this is something that URI has done from the beginning as an interfaith network that brings together people of different faiths. We do what she was asking everyone to do, which is to not just work in silos, but to work together with other faiths. And I think that's extremely important in a lot of contexts where violence happens. Because we've been building these interfaith relationships for over 20 years at URI, people on the ground have the ability to reach across those faith divides and ask other people to join them in speaking out against violence of a certain type. They also have the potential to do the first part of what we call the health approach, which is to interrupt and stop violence before it happens. So as activists in their communities, we encourage faith actors around the world to be looking for where violence might happen, where it is already happening, and to use their influence to try to interrupt and stop that violence from happening before it happens. And that's extremely important. The second part of the health approach and a recommendation that we have is to focus on changing the behaviors of the people who are at highest risk for doing violence. Jimmy talked about the importance of children and youth, especially those who come from backgrounds where they've been exposed to violence for their whole lives. They are at a higher risk for doing violence when they grow up. So we need to really be working with them and talking to them and encouraging them to change those behaviors, change their thinking about the acceptability of violence. If it's what they've seen their whole lives, it has become normal, as you said. And so, and peers are very important. So I really love what Man Up is doing, getting young boys to talk to each other about not doing violence. We have to really reach people where they are and have the right people speaking to them and not just think that we can come in from outside and like convince somebody not to do violence. It's activating the voices that are most credible to the people who are doing violence and getting those people who have credibility and trust to use their influence to stop that violence and change those behaviors. I also want to mention that violence happens in the context in which it's become normal. So a lot of what we can do is change our concept of violence. And so as Aza said, and as I've heard throughout the panel, every individual needs to be speaking up against violence. We should not remain silent. It's important for our voices to be heard. And the last thing I'll say is something that we heard from the bishop in Kigali in Rwanda when our group met as a global staff in the summer. And he said to us, God is not joking. You can say Allah, you can say whatever your divine is, but he's not joking, she's not joking. It is on all of us to step up to this moment. It's urgent, it's important, and it's our responsibility to really work to end violence against everyone, including gender-based violence.
Absolutely. Thank you, Karen. Reverend Elena, you'll go next, followed by Jimmy. Jimmy, I won't call on you. Please go after Reverend, and Aza, please go after Jimmy.
Thank you. I would like to reconnect with what Aza said about the women and men being part of a system that is structured with power, and that power excludes some people. In that sense, it is for us who are coming from a religious tradition, faith tradition, and particularly myself, I'm coming from a Christian faith tradition, which has for years learned and be teaching the notion of bringing guilt instead of responsibility. So I would advocate that we would need a shift in our theological production, theological knowledge production from guilt to responsibility. There is a notion of being together and working together when we work with responsibility. It's our responsibility as faith-based organizations to work and to end violence, to end extremism and polarization. It is our responsibility to build theological knowledge, theological grammar that will connect human rights and and faith tradition. And it's our responsibility to criticize and to deconstruct those hierarchies that are maintaining privilege and oppression, also regarding gender and the positioning of women and the position of men and the positioning of diverse gender experience and identities. So to criticize and to deconstruct is responsibility of our as faith actors. And the second responsibility, which then the second movement coming from that responsibility, is to act in solidarity. Religion is a journey, an ethical journey that will invite or will bring together people to go out in the streets and to meet those who have fallen along the way. That must be reaffirmed as a human artwork, something which comes back to our responsibility again. In this sense, religion and religious structure, religious organization, faith organization should move beyond that idea to build that idea and that desire to be a commodity in the competition of religious markets, in search of faithful and social influence, in moving beyond is exercising solidarity, exercising ways of being in solidarity with each other, is to work together and to embrace each other in responsibility and to build a collective space in dialogue where everyone is accepted and welcomed. We have examples from one of our ACT members and forums based in Peru, where one of their main effort, and I see the chat the link is in the chat now, the main effort is to build information, to make visible and to counter that discourse that is bringing misinformation and anti-rights expression. Building and sharing information in a more popular way and in a more contextual way is one of the responsibility. And the ACT Forum in Peru is building that observatory of gender, which is making visible and bringing to a more contextual language also the connection that can be made with faith and feminism, faith and human rights. This is then building this responsibility and the solidarity made in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have to say, I'm really having major FOMO not being in the room with you all actually about this conversation. So much energy. It's so exciting to be a part of this conversation. And just to add on and piggyback what Elena just said so eloquently, as well as Karen, there's several things that seem to be emerging. I know Asa spoke about this so eloquently with such passion. I think one thing, answer to the question that you raised, Dawn, is I think the need for narrative change. I think the stories we tell, how we talk about gender, how we talk about violence respectively, and at the intersection, I think there's a lot of work to be done. I say that with my journalist hat on. I think how media covers these issues of violence and gender and intersections, how it unfolds, but also I think how we talk about gender in general. I think especially for someone who currently works in the philanthropic space, we tend to look at issues of gender in the binary without really understanding that gender is a spectrum of identities. And I think that there's a lot of education that has to happen in the donor community at large, as well as within governmental institutions working globally. The other thing too, around narrative and around philanthropy, I think really I have to stress the need. Again, and as I said, it's so with such passion and so eloquently, I think the need for bringing everyone into the room. When it comes to matters of faith in particular, I think more often than not, we tend to focus on the major faith systems, major belief systems globally. And from my experience, especially as a journalist, as one who covered conflict in particular, there are a lot of non-traditional faith systems, faith actors at the local level, regional level, who are doing extraordinary work, particularly around reintegration of former combatants, former child combatants in particular, around healing and restoration, repair, if you will, for survivors of violence. And I think engaging, those faith-based actors and systems, institutions, who operate kind of, let's say, below the radar, so to speak, than the other, better known, better recognized systems of faith and belief, I think would serve us well in terms of innovating the conversation overall, but really, building, maintain in proximity, to the intersections of faith and gender and violence that exist in too many places around the world, as Oza noted.
Thank you very much for that, Karen, Elaine, and Jimmy. I am well instructed. I wanted to say that I think the way to go forward, if anything, is effectively to try to seek the answers to the questions that I raised. On the one hand, there is a need for women to take responsibility for the hurt and the pain and the injustice that they can inflict upon one another. So that act of taking responsibility does not require a new theology. It does require a sense of self-dignity. And I think if we cannot be dignified towards ourselves, we will find it very difficult to be dignified towards others and to take others' dignity seriously. My second point was the value added of religions working, indeed the imperative of different religions working together. We make a serious mistake when we think that faith-based includes everybody and everything. The truth is that the world of faith itself needs to be better understood and seen with a much more discerning wisdom. It is the discerning wisdom of understanding that when it's one religious institution, it cannot speak on behalf of all religions. When it is one religious leader, it is often very difficult. It is very nice if they do, such as Holy Father Pope Francis does, speak in the name of all religions, but really, truly, there are also other faith leaders, men and women, who speak the truths of their own faith traditions. We need to be able to appreciate that the so-called religious and faith-based realms are not all the same. If it belongs to one organization, one religion, that's grand. We also need to appreciate that interfaith or multi-faith is a distinct arena of engagement, as Karen was mentioning. But then when we take that into account, after I served for 8 years in a similarly global multi-religious organization called Religions for Peace, I served first as the director of women's programs and then most recently as the Secretary General. One of the learnings in that process was multi-faith and interfaith are distinct ways of engaging and working and speaking. The discourse changes when I'm speaking as a representative of the World Council of Churches or the National Council of Churches or representative of my Hindu organizations and councils or of the Muslim councils. But when you speak as the voice of all together, that is a distinct area and narrative and language. And when we do so, we need to then pose the question, how many multi-faith organizations actually work together versus how many prefer to carve their own imprint and just do their own work on their own? Yes, involving all faiths, but they're still working alone. And I think that question has to be posed and responsibility taken for the fact that even when it is multi-faith, it is still siloed. And my last point, I think, just to share in terms of the prophetic voice, what we have to understand, and I loved Elaine's and Jimmy's and Karen's formulations, what we have to understand is we are not looking for a new theology, nor are we necessarily looking at dismembering the existing theologies and trying to merge, mix and match. We are looking at being respectful of our own theologies. By the way, every single one of them, every single faith system. Every single belief system maintains the necessity, the imperative to see oneself as the other, to see the other in oneself, to see self in the other, indeed not to other. So that's not a new theology. That's not something we have to reinvent and create. That is a reality we need to show appreciation and respect for. I am not better than anybody, and nobody's better than me. In fact, we are as strong as the weakest and most vulnerable amongst us. And in many cases, in many societies, the weakest and most vulnerable tend to be girls and women. But in the same societies, you will find girls and women who are actually incredibly powerful and prominent and well-resourced. So therein lies the truth. It isn't about something new that we have to understand. It is about not preaching, but perhaps just living the truths that we already have. If we did not have our theological beliefs, we would never have had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And just to be able to acknowledge and discern, we can change a lot, but we have to take responsibility for the harm that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Audience, we promised you a fascinating panel discussion. So far, have we delivered on that? I was expecting a response. Thank you for that. Online, I hope you're doing your clap hands in the virtual space as well. Panelists, I'd like you to know that you have really energized the rooms, not just in the physical space, but the virtual space as well. I think we have more questions than we have time. There are currently 6 or 7 questions that have come in the chat. Let me also just gauge in the room how many of you have questions or comments by show of hands so I can see how best to manage our time. Quickly, by show of hands in the room. All right, the online space dominates. Very well. So, panelists, I'm going to read the question. As I said, there are more questions than we have panelists. So please, if this question resonates with you as a panelist, please just pipe in and give your response as quickly as possible. We are trying to stay on time. So the first question is related to dignity in the sense of human bodies and sexuality. What roles does the body play as a starting point for theological reflection? To put it another way, what function does the marginalized body play in the development of religious knowledge? Wow. One panelist of the 4, please take it away.
I can start. If I may, every theology starts with a body. As Asa well said, every person in a faith tradition is doing and living out the theological, his own and her own theological perspective. And in that sense, all bodies are matter in terms of doing that theological reflection. The issue becomes a problem when some bodies are marginalized. Some bodies are becoming not part of the normative discussion of theology, and the normative theology is excluding then some bodies that are not part of the or dignified in a theological reflection. But then the solution is to bring, or the perspective that would bring integrating all bodies as doing theology, as being agents of production of theological knowledge and of a faith perspective, and of a spirituality that is valued and dignified.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rev. I'm going to go right into the next question, and this is, how can interreligious tolerance be inculcated into the training of faith leaders? And how can scripture supposed to promote violence be dealt with in the holy books? And how can scripture that's supposed to promote violence be dealt with in the holy books? Over to any panelists who would like to take that, please. 1 minute in your response.
I'll just quickly say that it already is, that in fact there's plenty of schools, education networks in seminaries, in other theological schools, which bring together diverse ways of thinking, theologies and praxis. But we also should understand that there are some of the faith-based organizations, for instance, World Vision, as well as Islamic Relief now, who actively seek through their programming, and Jimmy, I believe Man Up was one of the first to start some of this itself, which is to bring together different theological, religious leaders to co-construct based on their respective belief systems, what it is to live and to serve in multi-religious contexts while upholding the human rights values for all at all times. So there is already stuff like this being done, but ask our media to showcase any of this. Media will showcase the hatred. Media will showcase the war. Media will showcase the violence, and it comes to us every day, every minute. We have so little that actually showcases the amazing work, God's work, that has been done over centuries, for decades, that is actually multi-faith in nature and has been built on and led to curricula around the world that are multi-faith and multi-religious. It's happening, folks, but we don't see it. And because we don't see it, it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Thank you so much. And you can't hear because Karen is right beside me. I hear Karen saying, that's true, that's true. And Jimmy, of course, you talked about the media as well. Let me go quicker to the next question. How do we decolonize interfaith, interreligious networks from being co-opted into political safe thinking and ways of working? What practical transformation in the faith, interfaith, interreligious networks do we require to strengthen collaboration for universal solidarity everywhere in the world? These questions are deep. Panelists, I don't envy you. Over to anyone who wants to take this one.
I'll just say, if I may, very quickly, and I know Eleni and Karen have plenty to say on this. Point number one, interfaith, multi-faith, one faith organizations are already co-opted into the structures that we find actually deeply problematic and that we stand against because they are not institutionally sound. The colonial way of thinking and the colonial way of operating has never gone away. It is very much here. The irony is that as we see religious and or faith-based or multi-faith efforts expand, which we are definitely living in the era of this expansion, we also understand that they are expanding as part of that colonial space. So it's not like they're expanding uniquely. It's a very simple answer to this. Listen to the voices of dissonance within the multi-faith spaces. The voices of dissonance are often rooted in theological tradition. You heard what Reverend Eleni was saying. This is deep theological knowledge. You heard what Jimmy was saying. You heard what Karen is saying. These people know, they are learned, and they are critical. If we go around saying, my organization, rah, 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 we are already making a mistake, because the whole point of multi-faith and religious engagement is that we're not supposed to be championing one institution or one organization or one way of doing things. We are supposed to be deconstructing the colonial way of doing things and building together a different way. Name one organization in the interfaith or faith-based world that actually works differently from other NGOs and secular NGOs. Name one, and that will be the one that has deconstructed the colonial and has resisted the temptation to be one of and like. That will be your answer.
I'd like to add that at URI, we place the local partner organizations, which we call cooperation circles, at the center. And I think that in doing this, we at least are attempting to not fall into the trap of colonization. We're trying to really elevate the voices of the people on the ground. We listen to them. We let them guide our programming and everything that we do. And I think that that's part of the answer to trying to avoid this problem, this trap of colonization. And we're still working on it, but we really think that this is one of the ways that we can do this collectively, is to place more emphasis on the people on the ground and let them lead the conversation.
Fantastic, Karen, Jimmy, Asa, Reverend Elena. honestly, we could go on because I do have more questions, but we also want to be cognizant that there is another session that comes after this one. We do want to keep with time. So for those whose questions were not raised in this forum, I still want to thank you for participating, and know that the only reason why we have not responded to your question in this public forum is for a matter of time. So please just allow me to quickly wrap up this session so we can turn over and move on to the next session that's lined up to go. So really, we've drawn some really insightful points in our discussions today, and I'm grateful for the depth in terms of the knowledge and the experiences and perspectives that we've heard, not just from our panelists, but from the questions that came in from you as the audience. So thank you for that. And in many ways, I think this discussion has illuminated the intricate interplay between violence, conflict, and gender inequality, which is what we started out to look at. Now, each of you have contributed in a richer understanding of the issues we face, from the global threats to the grassroots efforts of our panelists in preventing gender-based violence against women and girls, as well as championing women's rights. In contemplating the path forward, because again, we don't just want this to be a talk shop. So going forward, let us carry these conversations beyond this room. I think Asa just now in her final remarks spoke a lot about how we move beyond this space into making these more concrete. And the commitment to building a more just and peaceful world, that requires a collective action across faith, across denominations, between genders and across genders as well. I would like to close by invoking one of my favorites. She's a writer, she's a poet, she's an intersectional feminist, and she's a civil rights activist. Her name is Audrey Lorde. And I'm using Audrey's voice to say this: I am not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own. So let us acknowledge that true liberation requires dismantling the systems of violence and inequality that affect women, and that's women in all their diversity around the globe. Thank you for your engagement. If you put up a emoji of some sort, or if you smiled in my presence in this room, thank you for engaging with us. And may the insights that you've gained today inspire not just another set of words that we've spoken, but some tangible steps that you can take in the spaces that you occupy towards positive change. As Karen rightly said, violence is a learned behavior, therefore it can be unlearned, and violence is preventable. In the spaces that you occupy, I hope that you will take this forward and make this conversation real in those spaces as well. So with that, on behalf of the panelists, I say thank you, and we now turn back over to Rudelmar and Simona to take us forward.
Use the moderator of next session, focusing on key learnings for just, peaceful, and inclusive future, Reverend Dr. Liberato Bautista, Assistant General Secretary for United Nations and International Affairs, General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church.
Thank you, Simona and Rudelmar, for the kind introduction. Excellencies, eminences, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from New York City at the Church Center for the United Nations. Good afternoon and good evening for those of you in other time zones joining us. I believe you are one of a little over 700 who have registered to join us today worldwide. Thank you for making this 10th edition of the annual symposium on the role of religion in international affairs a part of your day. We celebrate this symposium's 10th anniversary, and I express deep gratitude to Asa, who just spoke in the previous session, Ganoune and Rudelmar. Some 10 years ago, we conceived of this symposium and are very pleased indeed that many more colleagues and many more organizations have joined in the last 10 years to organize and collaborate in putting up this annual symposium. I celebrate you all and your organizations. The inaugural symposium in 2015 boldly laid out why its theme must undergird every future edition of the annual symposium. That theme was human dignity and human rights, whose discussion necessarily implicated the United Nations Agenda 2030, and the 17 development goals that were launched on the very year of the inaugural symposium. I want to underscore why our commitment to recognize each other's humanity and protect each other's human rights being non-negotiable, whether in war or in peace. In war or peace, our enduring agenda must be protecting human life and safeguarding rights and freedoms that make life sacred and meaningful. The SDGs are important, inadequate they may be, because reduced to the core, they are about the eradication of hunger and the elimination of poverty through responsible stewardship of the common planet Earth. The lyrics of the Broadway musical Rent have this particular line that I like. It says, "The opposite of war is not peace, it's creation." That line strikes deeply into the religious core of this symposium's raison d'etre, if you will, as much as this symposium's 10th edition focus. The opposite of war is life, the daily creation of a blissful, joyful, sacred life. The advocacy for life and peace is at the core of religious teachings across many traditions and beliefs. That somehow going to war to save lives must be found objectionable by this community. That somehow peace can be secured by launching wars must be found offensive to the idea of creating life in all its abundance, so that all may live to the fullest and to the fullness of age. Today, our world is far more precarious and dangerous than ever. And this panel, I'm excited about this panel because we'll address that. The wars and resulting deaths in Ukraine, Israel, and Palestine, and many other places where the colonial and imperial projects of the past continue to propel today the historical injustices of slavery, colonialism, and racism, cannot escape my thought today as I moderate this panel and participate in the rich promise of the symposium's theme and this session's focus on what truly makes for a just, peaceable, and inclusive future. The organizers of this 10th symposium understand that upholding human dignity and respecting human rights leads to humanity's flourishing and the communities thriving in our common planetary habitation. This, too, comes with the knowledge that human rights and peace abound under conditions that promote gender equality and inclusive justice. So the third session, following the rich conversation that we've had in the other two sessions, will look into instances of practical work done at various levels, grassroots, local, national, regional, international, global, demonstrating possibilities for achieving a just, peaceable, and inclusive future. But we will look into the key learnings in those practical work. 5 distinguished panelists will help us navigate this sub-theme. This session intends to feed directly, compared to the other 2 sessions, into the multilateral process leading up to the Summit of the Future, which will be held on September 18 to 19 across the street, or for those of you around the world, at the United Nations headquarters. The summit is expected to negotiate and produce the Pact of the Future, with the hope that this pact will address a world and an international system better prepared to manage the challenges we face now and in the future for the sake of humanity and for future generations, including those yet to be born. We owe to them a far more peaceable, inclusive future. Before I cede the session to our 5 distinguished panelists, let me comment on the word future in the theme. Many religions speak of eternal values, timeless matters rather than time-bound things. time-bound things are relegated to chronos, referring to the chronology and linearity of time and space, rather than their conjunctures as humanity confronts its condition and environment. The timeless things refer to kairos, that propitious and auspicious moment when we seize time and space and act vigorously, positively, and collaboratively upon the urgent things for now and for eternity. No wonder there was anxiety in the gospel writer Luke when he exclaimed, "If you today only knew the things that make for peace." And no wonder, too, that Martin Luther King Jr., in whose honor this symposium is held annually, when he issued a clarion call and vision on August 28, 1963, in that famous speech, "I Have a Dream," from which the bold and prophetic phrase emanates, "the fierce urgency of now." He wasn't talking of the first urgency of the future, the fierce urgency of now. Let's listen to what he said. "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is a time for vigorous and positive action. Indeed, this is the time for vigorous and positive action so that our strivings for a just, peaceable, and inclusive future, albeit a present with an abundance of fear and a deficit of hope, challenge that very future. What does the future augur, given today's present tensions? In a manner of speaking, how do we deal with the future in the present tense? Grammatically, those are two different things, present tense and future tense. How do we deal with the future in the present tensions? Might a combination of religious and multilateral actors, like those assembled here and around the world, seize that kairos moment and devise ways to impact the thinking and acting that impacts the multilateral processes, the UN summit, and the fact of the future? If I may ask, quo vadis multilateralism and international humanitarian and human rights laws? They are subverted left and right today. What's the future of our international system and the laws that govern our humanitarian and human rights relations? Let me now invite our panelists to weigh in on this and related questions. We're joined by two, Emily and Anwar, and three others who will be joining us online. I now call on Mr. Anwar, President of Islamic Relief USA. Welcome, Anwar. We have three questions for you. From your perspective as a distinguished humanitarian and development practitioner, tell us a story about your work and how it helps in the achievement of a just, peaceable, and inclusive future.
Thank you, Levi. Just before I do that, I just really wanted to thank Rudy and Simona and all of you for the amazing work that you've done for many years. And as was mentioned earlier, to the amazing work done by Alison, May, and Ivy. They're from different religious backgrounds, and they work together. So I wanted to thank the Symposium for living up to its own ideals. Okay, now back to your question. Oh, wow. So I'm going to talk as a practitioner. And I'm just going to give an example of what happened 2 months ago when I visited Pakistan. About 2 years ago, 30 million people were under water in Pakistan. Climate change is not a future problem. It is a current problem. People were telling me, well, islands in the future may be underwater. I said 30 million people were underwater. That's more than many countries in the world. Now, at this time of great despair, I thought it was important that we look at justice and that we look at inclusion. So I visited a Hindu community, and this Hindu community was in need, and we were offering them aid. But more important than aid, they wanted to shake my hand. I mean, they stood in line, 15 of them waiting to shake my hand. And then I realized why. Because more important to them than food and water was dignity, because they were untouchable Hindus. And they wanted to touch the skin of another human being, showing that they were equal. Now, they would have got a hug, but it was during COVID, so I thought maybe not a good idea. I was wearing the mask, but I shook their hands one by one. And it happened to be at the time of Diwali. And in Islamic Relief, in the main office in Karachi, there are Hindu staff. And in the regional office, there were Hindu staff. And we hired extra staff, including extra Hindu staff. And the Hindus I spoke to said, we never expected a Muslim agency to help us. You not only gave food, you gave money, you gave us support. And I went back 2 months ago to a nearby community. They said, you gave us pregnant buffaloes. Now, why are pregnant buffaloes important? They don't have bank accounts, they don't have ID cards in that area. Their livestock is all of their 401k plan and bank account all combined together. All of that was washed away and died in the floods. And now they have better kept buffaloes than they had before. And these are the most beautiful buffaloes I've ever seen. We were not giving little scrawny buffaloes. We were giving buffaloes that had better hairstyles than I do. Okay? Better than this. I mean, the guys were combing it. They loved their buffaloes so much. You may say, oh, what are you talking about? You give what you love. You give to others what you love, not an act of charity, what you want to throw away. That's the dignity.
So how do we then onward turn charity into meaningful, sustainable development and humanitarian work? Where in your how will your practical experience, how do you plan your practical experience to be conveyed to the United Nations so that it impacts the multilateral process leading to the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future?
One of the main things about the Pact for the Future in the UN is about the Sustainable Development Goals. In the projects that I saw 2 months ago, I saw Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 16, and 17 all being implemented. That's only in one country that I visited. The Sustainable Development Goals are not to be done isolated. Faith-based organizations, our job as other practitioners is to bring it together in an integrated approach. So other organizations may focus on one SDG and be really good at explaining themselves. Often FBOs aren't good at getting the publicity out about the work they're doing. They're on the ground where often others aren't. The other thing I wanted to mention the importance was governments, NGOs, local NGOs, and informal organizations. A lot of work that's going to be done by the SDGs is going to be done by organizations that are not legally registered. And we need to figure out how to work with those organizations. And my suggestion is you get the INGOs helping the local NGOs and they're helping the informal NGOs. I think that's really important. The other thing is this. We're not going to achieve the SDGs unless there is some peace and justice in the world. Right now, how do we expect the United Nations to be able to bring peace and justice in different parts of the world when it can't even protect its own staff? Over 150 have died in just over 100 days in Gaza. How are we going to get the information out about what's going on when over 80 journalists have died in just over 100 days in Gaza? So my real plea isn't to the UN. Literally, UN, your brothers and sisters are dying to deliver aid and to get the message out in many countries around the world. My message is to the member states. You cannot apply justice only to certain countries that you like and ignore it in other countries. Even when your own staff in the UN are dying, how are we going to help the poorest and the people in the minorities when UN can't even protect its own staff and action is not taken against member states wherever they are in the world that are committing these crimes?
You have a story to tell to the world and to the nations, certainly the member states. What key learnings do you derive from the experience and from the narrative you have just told us? What do you want to tell the world and the United Nations, aside from the fact that the United Nations, whose key pillars include peace and security, human rights and human dignity, under the rule of law, including the attainment of sustainable development. How does the narrative you mentioned about Pakistan and others impact those processes, learnings, if you will?
Okay.
Highlight any, one or two or
So
any
we did a paper. And we did a paper which was looking into the learnings for integrating peace building into programming and developing innovative approaches for conflict transformation. And these are the few things very quickly. Institutionalization. Peace building should be an integral part of an operations organizations. It's not a side thing, it's a central thing. Conflict analysis. Before initiating programming, a rigorous conflict analysis is essential to ensure effectiveness and efficiency. Conflict sensitivity. Adopting the do no harm principle, conflict sensitivity recognizes the political nature of assistance and aims to avoid causing conflict or missing opportunities for peace. Organizational capacity development. Training for staff at all levels, including top management and program managers, is imperative. The training, the slides that Atallah showed was just for a few minutes. All new staff of Islamic Relief get a 2-hour training on the importance of dignity and how that relates to international law and other organizations. Peace-building documentation. Establishing a knowledge management system is vital for capturing lessons learned and providing a platform for organizational learning. So these are some of the points from a practitioner point that we did, and I just really wanted to stress this. Again, when I was in Pakistan, we were working with Christian organizations, we were working with Hindus. Suchi, the Buddhist organization, was supporting the work of Islamic Relief. We work with many different faith partners. Religion, some people in religion are the problem, other people in religion are trying to fix the problem. I am encouraging the people in the UN system, please go find organizations of different faiths, different backgrounds that you can work with, not just the usual suspects, but others as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Anwar, for your timely and substantive contribution to the session and the symposium. Let me now call on Ms. Emily Kenny, policy specialist focused on the rule of law and transitional justice at UN Women. Welcome, Emily. How does UN Women and the focus on women and the agenda on women, peace, and security contribute to the achievement of a just, peaceable, and inclusive future?
Thanks very much, Levy, and thanks very, very much to the symposium organizers for inviting UN Women to participate in this really fantastic conversation. And it's very difficult to follow both of you, and especially your story, Anwar, but I'll do my best. So as you mentioned, I'm a policy specialist at UN Women, and I'm a human rights lawyer by training. My specific focus at UN Women is on increasing access to justice for women and girls who've been affected by conflict, including victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. My work at UN Women is a part of what we call the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda, which I'll come back to a little bit later and give you a little bit more information about that. But first, I want to answer your question about giving an example of a practical experience and how I contribute to justice, peace, and inclusion. So my example comes from Kosovo. In the late 1990s, thousands of people in Kosovo were victims of conflict-related sexual violence during the conflict with Serbia, mostly women, but also some men. Now, for more than 20 years, none of these survivors had access to justice. This lack of access to justice really hampered the ability of society, and especially of Kosovo's women, to move on and to build peace. In 2014, UN Women started working to change this. We started mentoring Kosovo's prosecutors and judges on how to use international criminal law so that they could build strong cases to bring perpetrators to justice. We also started working with Kosovo's victims associations to advocate for reparations for survivors in the form of a lifetime monthly pension. Now, we started this work in 2014, and there were 0 cases of conflict-related sexual violence in Kosovo's court system. Today, there are more than 50 cases and 2 convictions. Kosovo also now has a thriving reparations program that's specifically designed to meet the needs of sexual violence survivors, with more than 1,500 applicants to date. And society in Kosovo has really begun to accept survivors of sexual violence back into community. And this reduced stigma actually means that one survivor was elected to parliament in Kosovo. So that's a huge shift from total silence around sexual violence to a survivor being an elected leader. And we can see that this work that UN Women has been a part of, and I have been a part of through my role at headquarters, it has led to more justice, peace, and definitely to inclusion within Kosovo, if not yet between Kosovo and Serbia, but I have a lot of hope that the peace and justice within Kosovo will trickle to its neighbors.
Thank you, Emily. Your focus on the rule of law in the achievement of gender justice is important, and let's develop that narrative further by addressing those practical experience and contributions and how they impact the multilateral process leading to the summit of the future and the production of the text of the Pact for the Future.
Sure, I'll do my best. So yeah, how does the practical experience that I just shared of working with conflict-affected women in Kosovo contribute to these big multilateral processes like the summit and the Pact for the Future? So UN Women's work on access to justice is rooted in what I referenced earlier, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, or WPS Agenda, as it's known by its acronym. Now, the WPS Agenda came about through Security Council Resolution 1325, which was adopted in the year 2000. And this was the first time that the Security Council recognized that international peace and security is inextricably linked with gender equality. Today, the WPS agenda includes 10 resolutions, and it covers a wide range of issues like women's participation in peace processes, in peacekeeping, and in rebuilding the rule of law. And it also includes a focus on addressing and preventing conflict-related sexual violence, including through justice processes, like that example that I shared from Kosovo. Now, how does this agenda that I work on at UN Women connect to the summit and to the pact? Well, the idea for the Summit of the Future comes from a report by the Secretary General to the General Assembly back in 2021 called Our Common Agenda. And the Common Agenda report includes 12 commitments. One of these is to place women and girls at the center of our work towards the SDGs. A second recommendation or commitment is to promote peace and prevent conflict. And a third is to abide by international law and ensure justice. So I really see that my own work and UN Women's much larger work to advance gender justice ties all of these 3 commitments together. Any step taken to advance women's access to justice in conflict advances peace and security. It puts women and girls at the center, and it helps us to abide by international law.
Thanks, Emily. The concrete stories on the ground do not always tie neatly with multilateral processes. What learnings do you want to highlight today in that bridge, or even simply highlight the challenges of making sure that narratives on the ground inform multilateral thinking and acting?
Sure. So I think there's an easy case to be made for including gender equality in these multilateral processes, but that we need to be a little bit careful about how we make that argument. So sometimes we hear gender equality being instrumentalized for other purposes. For example, we might say when women participate in peace processes, the peace agreement is more likely to result in lasting peace. So in sum, that women's participation equals more peace and more security, and that's why women should participate. Or gender equality makes societies more peaceful, and that's why we need to worry about gender equality. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that this type of argument is bad, and I certainly often use some form of this argument when advocating for gender equality goals myself. In fact, I just did something like that when I gave my Kosovo example about justice for women advancing peace in the society. But we need to make sure that when we talk about gender equality as in this instrumental way, that we also pair it with an argument that women have an intrinsic right to participate. And this is really the dignity point that keeps coming up over and over. Women's participation is not premised on the fact that we make a positive contribution. This is just a nice side effect that we are finding lots of evidence of. Women's participation in public life is premised on the obligation enshrined in international human rights law, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Women's participation and gender equality is a right. It's not something that's nice to have if we can add it on because it has positive benefits. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Emily. I think it's important learning for the intrinsic right to participation of women, and it's a challenge to the multilateral system catching up, putting text to that. In other words, the multilateral system is not creating that right. It is simply catching up to put text to that right in the multilateral processes. My apologies to His Eminence, Sheikh Mobahabje. I'll have to call first on Mr. Peter Prof of the World Council of Churches, the Director of International Affairs, to speak now. Peter, you have the screen.
Hi, thank you very much, Levi, and greetings to everybody taking part of this in the symposium, physically there in the room and online. I can hardly believe it's 10 years since the International Symposium was inaugurated, and I take this opportunity to congratulate all those who had that vision and continue to have that vision for an event that has become such an important fixture in the annual calendar, not only of the faith-based community, but also of many of our UN and governmental partners. Congratulations.
Tell us a story that connects you and your work at the World Council of Churches and its ecumenical interfaith interreligious network, especially on the critical task of achieving just, peaceable, and inclusive future. This question comes to mind, the important work of the World Council of Churches in the Colombia peace process. I'm not sure whether that's what you will address, but certainly the work over the past 75 years of the World Council of Churches on peace processes is a narrative all too important not to be told. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Levi. Well, in fact, I'd thought of immediately subverting your instructions and choosing two experiences rather than just one to illustrate cases that I think are emblematic in different domains. I could indeed speak about our current engagement in the Colombia peace processes, but the experience that I'd thought of talking about was about our work for interfaith cooperation for social cohesion in Iraq. Now, I apologize in advance because this isn't the first time that I've spoken about this experience. So if others of you have, some of you have already heard me speak about this, my apologies. But this relates to experiences dating back 10 years ago now, to 2014, when I was participating, leading a WCC delegation to Iraq in the immediate aftermath of the collapse, the fall of Mosul to the so-called Islamic State. And during our meetings there, in one meeting, I was talking to an Iraqi government minister who frankly acknowledged that, and I quote him to the best of my recollection, that if we were to base our opinions and our actions as Iraqis purely upon what we learned at school, primary and secondary school, we would think that there was no history in this country before Islam and no communities in this country now other than Muslims. And that's obviously a very poor basis for living together. And during the same visit, we had a gathering with interfaith partners. And during that meeting, I think it was the head of the Shia endowment who made the observation that it was only when guests like us from the World Council of Churches came to the country that they came together. and asked whether the WCC could help play a role in bringing them together on a continuous basis to work concretely for social cohesion, and in particular, focusing on reform of the very educational curriculum that the minister had mentioned. And so that is what the WCC has been doing in the intervening years. And I'm delighted and very proud that through that work, the representatives of every one of the religious communities in Iraq have been collaborating in revising the educational curriculum, which has now been accepted by the Iraqi government and is being rolled out.
So Peter, connect for us, if you will, this important work of the WCC to the multilateral processes leading to the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future. How do you plan, or what are the plans of the WCC to impact this process at the headquarters come September?
Well, first of all, I think what emerges from that experience is the absolutely critical importance of recognition of and respect for the other, simply being aware of the other and of the other communities in one's context, and putting the human being at the center of policy and action, rather than some communal identifier. So that is, for me, one of the key and also a strong linkage to the human rights foundation for what should be global policy. But I also want to link then to our experience of engaging in civil society and interfaith advocacy for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to try to realize the aspirations of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty for general and complete disarmament in a context in which the NPT had in practice, in fact, become little more than a fig leaf for obscuring a determination to maintain the nuclear status quo, rather than addressing it as a humanitarian, human rights, and environmental issue, which is the real focus and the real inspiration for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest, about the lack of reference to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in the Secretary General's policy brief on a new agenda for peace. So we certainly hope to correct that and to bring the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons very much to the forefront of our advocacy in the Summit of the Future.
Thank you, Peter. Now, tie the organizational narrative of what you've just said about what you do in Iraq and the critique you have just made of the absence of weapons of mass destruction, conventions that are already in place in the agenda of the Secretary General, remanding that agenda to the General Assembly that now leads to the Summit of the Future. Now, tie that organizational narrative to the multilateral narrative. What are the key learnings that you would like to highlight today?
Well, I think I want to come back to the focus and the theme of this edition of the International Symposium, and that is the fundamental importance of human rights. Now, certainly we see human rights as being intimately and inextricably connected to peace and security. And we express that, for example, in our ongoing advocacy for signature and ratification of the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, not in peace and security forums, but in human rights forums. So we always are advocating for the signature and ratification of the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as a function of human rights commitments. But I think we can also see the opposite side of the coin with regard to allowing disconnection of human rights from peace and security, which leads to the sort of outcome that we are now tragically seeing in Israel and Palestine, specifically in Gaza. And I think that a friend, a very respected friend and colleague of many of us, Craig Mokaiba, has very eloquently made this case, tracing the roots of the current situation back to the persistent failure to address the underlying human rights issues that have always been there, and critiquing the fact that as a function or as a consequence of the Oslo process, there was some sort of collective agreement not to address the human rights issues, but to try and pursue a political solution. We see now that that doesn't fly. Now, I would like to believe the Human Rights Commission, the High Commissioner for Human Rights statement that human rights have not failed. But I think if we look around the world today, it would be hard not to conclude that human rights are in retreat, or at least very deeply challenged, and that this is happening on our watch, the watch of this generation of human rights activists. And that really underlines the urgency of now, as you said in your opening remarks, Levi.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for your contribution, substantive contribution to the on the elaboration of the theme and the sub-theme of this session. Speaking of Gaza and other places, let me now call on Ms. Amani Aruri from the Middle East and North Africa region, a human rights activist who will join us and work further on the themes before us. Ms. Aruri, Amani, tell us a story that connects you and your work among and with women and girls and young people in the Middle East and North Africa region to the critical task of peace building, of justice making, and making sure that that future that we all act upon will be inclusive.
Okay, first of all, allow me to thank you all for your prominent and valuable contributions. Such a symposium is of a high importance in terms of timeless and topics that are addressed and highlighted, especially that Mr. Peter just mentioned an example that I'm currently living, the conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and what is going on in terms of human rights violations and wars, current goals, talking about the inability or the failure to address root causes of the conflicts, which led us to exacerbation and deterioration of the peace and security situation and status, and deterioration in terms of the achievement of human rights and respect of international law. First of all, I'm Amani Aruri, based in Palestine, but my work is not only limited to Palestine, because I believe as Middle East and North Africa from one side, and as countries that share the conflict and wars, we have common goal, we have common vision and common mission as well, which is to achieve peace and security, a just and durable solution to all conflicts, regardless of the origin of these conflicts. We are talking about human rights, and we are basing our contributions, our activism, our business, which is something that I don't like, because it's not a business. It should be the mission of every human being to contribute to a just and peaceful world for everyone, for current generations and the future generations. And when we talk about youth and children, not only youth, we are talking also about the present generations who are living and experiencing all implications of instability, political instability, conflict, wars, and so on. During my work, since I began my activism long years ago when I was a girl, I have been representing my region, first of all, my country in Palestine, bringing to the table what women and girls are experiencing as a specific and not homogeneous group, first of all, and what the Palestinians are experiencing as a result of the prolonged Israeli occupation from the other side, but also working to contribute to the stability and peace, achieving peace to the region as a whole, because we know that our issues are interlinked due to geographical reason, due to historical, religious backgrounds and roots. So we can relate our experiences to other contexts in the region, and we can also relate other experiences to our context. This is from one side, but my contribution as an activist, as a human rights activist and a feminist activist, went beyond the region, because I am part of a global movements, including Global Youth Task Force for the Generation Equality. I served as a task force member for Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Compact, which brings together, which is the highest and maybe the widest high-level platform and compact for, that address the intersectionality of humanitarian action and Women, Peace and Security agenda. I also serve as ambassador for Youth, Peace and Security agenda for Karama network, which serves in 13 countries, but now we are working beyond the Arab region. So during my work, sorry.
Amani, you are, the narrative is so important to be heard, and I want to bring you to the second part of my task, which is to say that you are in the midst of conversations with because you're a member of the Generation Equality Global Youth Task Force and of the Generation Equality Compact on Women. How do you plan to tie what you do, your practical experience, to the multilateral process, not just within UN Women and your work on the generation equality, but to the summit that is coming up in September and the narrative of that summit, which is the Pact for the Future?
Okay, I just want to go directly, because I know the limit of the time we have, to go directly to address what I am personally and as part of the system, the movements, let's say, not only non-governmental systems, but also the governmental and multilateral mechanisms. First of all, we are talking about inclusivity. Because you mentioned the most prominent two platforms I served in, and which we made sure to achieve and make a tangible contribution, effective contribution of all groups, of all populations, not to leave anyone behind, including women, girls, and youth, to have a decision-making power and to design the process and not only to implement the process. So during these like as someone who comes from an unstable region, let's say, and someone who has experienced also different kinds of conflict resolution modalities, and who was part of different initiatives that eventually didn't work because the interests are so much varied from each other, and there's no common goal, there's no coordination or systematic follow-up or accountability mechanism, which is something that we can discuss for so many hours. But also, it is important to mention that there are so many initiatives that are taking place on ground, and the intersection between humanitarian action and women, peace and security, it must be inseparable. We also have to bring in addition to humanitarian action and women, peace and security, the realization and respect of human rights, because we cannot talk about peace and security without respect of fundamental human rights. We cannot ask for more women participation in political sphere without them having the freedom to movement, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and so on. And at the first place, right to life. We are witnessing crazy numbers of targeting of women and children on a daily basis. I'm speaking about Gaza, but it's not only in Gaza, it has been happening in the region, so many regions. We need to address the specificity of these groups and the humanitarian action and the responses that are currently being taken by different actors. And when we talk about systematic procedures like the compact, like the task forces, we are talking about a mechanism that ensures the synergies, that ensures the coordination in efforts to work in simultaneously on solution making from one side and conflict resolution, and responding to the catastrophic humanitarian situation from the other side. We cannot leave everything that is happening on ground and just lock ourselves in a room and think about a solution while people are dying and being killed and targeted, and while human rights are being violated extremely, in violations of all international laws, without a response. So accountability mechanisms, it's the main goal of such platforms, and we are taking actions on ground simultaneously, bringing together different stakeholders.
So Amani, thank you. When you tie your advocacy on the ground and your work at the international level on the multilateral agenda, what have you learned? What are the learnings you want us to know and to hear and to learn from?
I have learned so much, first of all. Sorry, I'm just hearing an echoing from my voice. Yeah, now it's okay. I have learned so much. Actually, it's not that only a one-way solution for any cause. There are so many varied and rich experiences from all over the world, but we need a platform. We need a space for people who have experiences to share together. And human rights cause of one nation, it must be the cause of all nations, because if we believe in human rights and the need to achieve respect and realization of human rights, it must not be divisible. Human rights are indivisible, they are comprehensive, and they are rights for everyone, every human being. First of all, the solidarity on ground, based on as a result of the advocacy on ground and grassroots level, but also on the national level, it led to unexpected, let me say it, put it this way, unexpected pressure and reactions from the governments to take actions to change their policies, to respond, also to interfere towards achieving just solutions. We know that it is not the pinky world. It is not that every government believes in or calls for human rights and peace and security. It takes actions accordingly, but we are talking about different democratic states, democratic countries that have accountability systems from their citizens. And I have seen this in so many countries, from the US to Europe to Middle East, so many countries where people are on the street calling for the realization of peace and security and just solutions, to end wars, to end killings of civilians, to hold accountable those who violate the human rights and those who violate the security and peace of any nation. So it is both ways. It's a top-down and bottom-up approach. This is advocacy. We cannot keep working on ground and expect the systems to change. We need to advocate from within the system, and simultaneously, at the same time, we need to work on the streets, because mobilization of public support, of global solidarity, leads us to the influence and definite change in actions of the government policies and responses. Every single country has an obligation, humanitarian obligation, human obligation to stop and prevent all deteriorations of the situation of human rights and peace. And this is not only an ethical thing, but because we have multilateral agreements, conventions that most of the countries are part of. I'm talking about the basic conventions. So we have different mechanisms, but we need to put accountability system and make it effective as should be.
Thank you, Ms. Aruri. Thank you, Amani, for your substantive contribution to the elaboration of the symposium's theme and the session's sub-theme. Today, I must say we are the poorer for not hearing the voice of His Eminence Sheikh Mujabe or Muhabe. For some reason, we do not have him online. We do not know at the moment the circumstance, but we wish and pray that the good eminence Sheikh Muhabe is in good stead, and at some point we will want to hear your voice and the experience of your work as the Grand Mufti of the Muslim Association in Uganda. That ends the formal conversation with my panelists. Let's give them the first round of applause. Filipinos give action to the word round. A round of applause. And certainly, I've enjoyed moderating the panel, and they deserve the round of applause. We do have a set of questions, and we have a good lead time to prepare for these questions. Let me see. One question goes like this. If the goal of religious education could be described as being, oh, I lost that page, as being the development of a sense of wonder and the capacity of radical amazement, these are put in quotes. How does this description fit into what seems to be more harder descriptions of religious spirituality as engaging the rule of law, justice, equality, and conflict? This is putting the religious narrative and the multilateral narrative, and how do they patch? Do they patch neatly, or how? Any takers? Peter and Amani on screen, and Emily and Anwar on site. Peter.
All right. Well, I was hoping somebody else would volunteer, because I'm probably the least qualified to address this question. I'm not a theologian. I'm not ordained. I'm not a religious leader. I'm a lawyer who happens to work for the World Council of Churches. However, I think that my experience of representing faith-based organizations in international policy contexts over many years now illustrates the critical importance of making this bridge between a religious identification, a religious sense, which does bring to the fore the core and essence of the human being beyond simply a biological entity. And to make that bridge into relevant policy discussions. But I think it has to actually go both ways, because I have to say, and I say this on behalf of the WCC's own constituency or elements thereof, I find that there is in recent years an increasing aloofness on the part of the religious sector from issues of law and policy and politics and humanitarian realities. I don't know why that is, but I think that it's something that we have to strive for on the religious side, to be more engaged, to build that bridge, and not to expect others to build a bridge towards us. And I think that this also needs to be stressed in the context of, a given individual, that these sectors are not separate. There isn't a hermetic seal around the religious sector. There are many people of faith who function in politics, who function in international diplomacy, who function in humanitarian contexts. And to make that connection at the level of the individual actor, who is both at the same time, but is very often obliged to separate those identities in a given context. I'm not sure if that really answers the question.
This is a question from the audience directly directed to UN Women, and I'm assuming that's Emily. And I'll read it at face value. What is being done regarding the atrocities of gender-based violence and torture occurring in recent individual conflicts? That's how the question was posed.
Thanks very much, and thanks to the person who asked the question. So I just would start out my answer by saying that the question kind of frames it as recent conflicts, sexual violence and torture in recent conflicts. But I would just say that we have seen evidence of sexual violence and sexual violence being used as torture in every conflict as far back as you can go. It's just a question of whether it was documented or not. But I think, you know, it's not so much a question of necessarily recent conflicts as all conflicts. Now, what does the UN do in relation to sexual violence and conflict? A few answers to this question. I'd break it down quickly into a few parts. There's advocacy around ending, preventing, responding to sexual violence and conflict. There are documentation efforts, so making it known that sexual violence is happening. And then there's access to justice at the national level, community level, national level, regional level, international level. Now, what does the UN do on all of these things? Well, the UN family has something of a division of labor, but a very close cooperation as well. So UN Women works on conflict-related sexual violence. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights works on this issue. The UN Development Program, UNDP, works on this issue. And there's actually a dedicated office within the UN with she has a very long title, but it's the Special Representative of the Secretary General, so that's SRSG, on sexual violence and conflict. And her mandate comes out of a Security Council resolution that established her office specifically to do advocacy with states on sexual violence and conflict. So it's primarily her role, although there are lots of other UN entities involved. All of this work on advocacy, documentation, access to justice is coordinated through a system called UN Action to End Sexual Violence and Conflict that has, I think, now more than 30 members across the UN system that all do this work. Very quickly, documentation. Different parts of the UN have a mandate from the intergovernmental UN system, the General Assembly, the Security Council, or the Human Rights Council to do documentation work. Typically, the Human Rights Council is the one that creates these investigations called commissions of inquiry or fact-finding missions. At any given time, if you Google even Commission of Inquiry UN, you'll see a web page that lists all of them. There's probably 7 or 8 that are ongoing at the moment. Off the top of my head, it's Ukraine, Iran, Palestine and Israel, Venezuela, South Sudan. So all of these have a mandate to document human rights violations, violations of international humanitarian law, including sexual violence. And the last point on access to justice that really happens on the ground, this work is shared by a number of parts of the UN. UN Women does this work. The Kosovo example that I gave was specifically about sexual violence and conflict, but it's also done by the UN Development Program. The Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General supports this work. Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. The list is quite long of different parts of the UN that do the work on the ground. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Emily. The next question actually ties to the points you raised. And if I may, I will put together 2 questions. I will ask all of you to comment on one or both. They're related. The questions go like this. Human rights need to be anchored in a culture of peace. How do we build that? And the second part is, why is the issue of war and human rights violations not discussed when we're talking about Ukraine, but always discussed when we're talking about Middle East? Okay, so we'll give you 30 seconds, and then I'll get the first taker of, to respond.
The second part of that
question? The second part of the question is, why is the issue of war and human rights violations not discussed when talking about Ukraine, but always discussed when talking about Middle East?
Okay, so I'll go with that. I disagree with the premise of the question. I think we have been speaking about human rights. I think we have been speaking about mass killings of civilians, and we have been documenting in a different way from Ukraine than we have in others. But this is the point. If everybody was treated in the same way that we're treating the people of Ukraine, honestly, I would be very happy. But to me, the point is, it is not, in terms of talking about human rights and so on, it is not, we shouldn't be picking one country or others. We should be talking about human rights in every single country where we work in, but we don't seem to be doing that. Again, this is me living in America, what I'm seeing on American media. The person is talking about their lived experience, I'm talking about my lived experience.
Thank you, Anwar. Peter or Emily, Amani?
For the first part, I think I already mentioned in my intervention. Yes, thank you. I already mentioned in my intervention in the first place there about peace and human rights. I mentioned, and I would like to emphasize that peace and human rights cannot go separately. We cannot talk about peace without human rights. We cannot talk about human rights without the realization of peace. This is, for me, it is a general precondition that fits into every condition, every context of conflict. We cannot focus on peace and security agendas and participation and policy change without ensuring the respect of human rights in all aspects of life. And the second part, I would like to also join the opinion of disagreement, because it cannot be generalized like this. We have witnessed also so many conflicts in the Middle East region, including Yemen, including Syria, including sometimes Palestine. What we are witnessing now in Gaza, of course, what we are seeing on TV, it is not by governments. It has not been mentioned by governments what has been going on in terms of human rights violations since the beginning of the war. And all of what we heard and read so far, it is just mentioning the context in only 2 words: catastrophic human rights, humanitarian situation, and condemnations. But we didn't, it hasn't been addressed in a way to tackle and to address what is going on ground in terms of violations of human rights separately. It was not addressed. So the attention that Ukraine received, and of course I'm a supporter of each cause and each just cause, and I also showed my solidarity to my sisters and to Ukrainians, and in so many platforms I spoke for the realization of peace and the respect of human rights. But if we talk about what happened at the same time when the Ukrainian-Russian war started, in Palestine, in Sheikh Jarrah, there were mass demolitions and killings, violations of human rights on a daily basis in huge numbers. No one in Europe mentioned or talked about this conflict. On contrary, everyone was advocating for Ukraine. And we also, I remember very well the first time I participated in the first conference of International Peace Bureau, which I joined as a council member recently, as the first Arab over the past at least 10 years, not only as a woman, as an Arab. It is a clear evidence that our cause, our issues haven't been addressed. And I'm so happy and proud for the change that we are driving throughout our advocacy. And the first thing that I discussed in the conference, that you guys are talking about Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. I show solidarity, but where's Palestine? Do you know what's happening in Palestine? Do you know that people are living all now? We have huge number of homeless families. We have huge numbers of people who are killed and kicked out of their houses that are demolished. We have forcible transfer on a daily basis for whole communities. We have collective punishments. And aside from the restrictions on movement, no one had any idea about what's going on unless we had the biggest war ever with the hugest numbers of victims and massive destruction and intervention of the international of other countries supporting the weapons and providing military. Sorry, I don't want. Okay, I hope my message is received now. Just want to say that this is a generalization and it is biased somehow, or it lacks enough information and background.
Thank you, Amani. Peter?
Yeah, very quickly, I think along similar lines to the previous responses, I think the question is around the wrong way. I think that human rights has to provide a foundation for establishing a culture of peace. Absent respect for the principles of human rights, it's hard for me to imagine how a culture of peace can come into existence. And as to the Ukraine situation, I think everybody here recognizes and speaks about the egregious violations of human rights and of international humanitarian law in the context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Certainly the World Council of Churches does. There is no silence on that issue. In that context, I am very pleased that there is a very significant international effort to investigate and to document those violations in the interests of future accountability. I wish that that sort of investigation and that future accountability could be pursued in every such context where such egregious violations take place, whether it be in Ukraine or in Gaza or elsewhere. And I think that, and here I have to align myself with the remarks made much earlier in the day by Special Advisor Alison Nderitu, that both of these situations together mask the equally egregious situation in many other places. And she mentioned Sudan in particular. And I would also like to take this opportunity to lift up the appalling situation in Sudan, amongst many others, that gets even less airtime than either of these situations.
How can we address genocide of populations who have experienced it and ensure that genocide never happens again? And I just want to be transparent to you all about all the questions I've received. And where is the Jewish voice in this conversation? That's the other question. Any takers?
I keep hearing people saying, never again, but we keep on doing it again and again. I went to Auschwitz, and I thought it was spiritual holy ground, but so was Srebrenica when I went there. And I didn't go to places in Rwanda where people were slaughtered. We seem to pick certain genocides and not others. That's one of my concerns. And especially if the people who are dying in a genocide look like us in the global north, we seem to care more. How many of us know that the first genocide that was reported in the 20th century was done in Namibia by the Germans, who went on to do other genocides? Some would say in Tanzania, but definitely in Europe in the 1940s. And I don't know why there aren't other voices. I would love to see other voices over here that are joining us, including Jewish and other voices as well. I'm sure they were invited. I'd love to see my brothers and sisters of other faiths coming and speaking. And we have to talk not about just our tribe. I heard a question today about Christians in Pakistan. I didn't get a chance to talk about that. I heard a question about Ukraine. Let's stop talking about our group. And let's remember what you mentioned at the beginning. We are all from the Abrahamic faith, the children of Adam. Adam, all of us. Let's start talking about each other's groups. I do care about genocide that happened against Jews in Europe, and I never want to see that genocide, but I don't want to see it against any group anywhere. But in my work for 30 years, I keep on going to mass graves. I keep on trying to help giving food and medicine to people who are victims of genocide. Doesn't matter what color, religion, we have to speak against it, not just when it's our group, even we have to speak against our own people when they are doing it on another group.
Thank you, Anwar.
Just want to have a short response regarding genocide, as we are talking about interfaith, and we are talking about also the religious backgrounds as well. It is related to our topic. I think there are growing voices, increasing voices of religious groups that are working actively, proactively, to end genocide against any ethnic group, any religious group, and any nation. But at the same time, when we address this topic from a political aspect, we are witnessing the history repeating itself. So of course, everyone should be against what happened to the Jewish nation, for example, including myself, which I do. But what is happening also now, currently, by the Israeli government, I'm not talking about Jewish, I'm talking about Zionist system, extremist system that is violating all international law, not only human rights law, committing the same thing and putting at the forefront the reputation of the Jewish nation at the forefront in a very negative way. So it increased the conflict that is based also, sometimes we say here the political Islam. It's the same. It's not only in Islam, the political Islam. We have so many pushbacks from extremists back the progress in the human rights agenda. But at the same time, when it comes to a system, to a government that is taking this as a policy to collectively punish a whole nation, to vanish, to annihilate the whole nation, so we can realize that we haven't addressed this prominent and life-threatening and nation-threatening issue at all. Because
Thank you.
We are now.
Thank you, Amani. My moderator role reminds me that a couple more minutes is left for us to conclude. I was going to say that in the course of our conversations and in the exchange with our panelists, when they were responding to the questions, there's another question apparently rushed from one of the audience from anywhere, from somewhere in the world. So why are there still human rights violations in Pakistan?
For the same reason that there's human rights violations in many countries in the world. I was just in Pakistan 2 months ago. I met one of my relatives. She's on the run. She's actually being wanted, accused of stuff because she's speaking out. She's a woman speaking out for freedom. There's many issues in Pakistan, but there's also issues in India. Why is it I don't hear about India? I don't hear about China. I don't hear about America. I don't hear about Ecuador. I don't hear about Mexico. Can we stop obsessing over just 1 or 2 countries, which we like to talk about, and let's look in the mirror and ask ourselves, why are there human rights violations in many countries around the world? Because there's injustice, and all of us need to fight against that injustice. Stop pointing fingers at others, look in the mirror and work against injustice with your own group, your own tribe, your own country, and let's not try to conveniently put it off on others. There is injustice in every country, and we need to fight that no matter what color, what gender, what background those people are from.
Thank you, Anwar. Peter, you have a comment on this question?
Well, first of all, just let me say that it is indeed very regrettable that we don't have a Jewish voice in this discussion right now, given the issues that have been raised. I think the fact of the matter is that every right-thinking person on the 7th of October felt the same revulsion at the horrific attacks, the appalling attacks on civilians, on Jewish civilians on that day. In the meantime, that revulsion has been overtaken by revulsion at what is now occurring in Gaza. And of course, but it shouldn't. The lived experience of the Jewish people on the 7th of October needs to be brought back to the table. And my response is, now I'm aligning myself with what Anwar has said. My response is that these principles ultimately will mean very little and will have very little salience in global affairs unless and until there is equal accountability in all contexts, and that one context or one actor doesn't get a hall pass, doesn't get protected, but there should be accountability for all such violations. And unless we can move in that direction, these critically important principles will always be vulnerable. So I think that in the context of this moment and leading to the Summit of the Future, I think the really critical issue here is that we have to insist on that accountability, that equal accountability, the equal human dignity and rights of every person in every context. And unless we can really come to a solid agreement on that, we will always face these challenges. And I also, again, repeat the question, or I want to refer again to Special Advisor Alison Nderitu, who has been very diligent in raising concerns, flagging up warning signs with very little, as far as I can tell, engagement and response by the international community. We have to fix that.
Thank you, Peter. A few concluding remarks. There's one question that the theologian in me would have wanted to respond, but to be fair to the one who posed the question, I'll read to you the question. How does wonder engage the rule of law and vice versa? Is the hermeneutical seal permeable? Alas, we don't have time for that. It has been a pleasure moderating this session with our distinguished panelists, Anwar, Mr. Khan, Emily, Ms. Kenny, Peter, Mr. Prof, Amani Aruri. Thank you very much for a rich conversation. Let us give them another round of applause, please. Thank you. We finished on time, on the dot, not a minute or a second longer.
Thank you so much to all our distinguished speakers and moderators for being so committed and enthusiastic about discussing the importance of supporting human dignity today. It has been very much a pleasure and an honor to spend this morning with you, really. And I would like, by starting my brief final remarks, by thanking all those who have organized, who have helped organize this symposium for the 10th time today, starting with my colleague, Carolina. Thank you, Carolina, and Katerina from UNFPA, but also all the colleagues from the faith-based organizations, Alison, Ivy, Mason, and the colleagues from the UN entities, from the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development, who were here with us today, Dawn and Emily. So thank you very much for being with us and sharing and showing that this is really one joint effort of UN and faith-based organizations. So I wanted to pick on some of the main elements that really struck me and that I've been writing down, that I picked from the different statements and comments made by many of you today. Let me start with the concept of human dignity as a basis of our common humanity. And to this, I will connect the call for an imperative of human dignity for all and everywhere. So this is something that struck me very, very strongly, and how the principle of human dignity for everyone and everywhere is at the basis of establishing peace and inclusive and just societies where the right of everybody without discrimination is respected. We have heard what is the international framework for human dignity. We have the International Human Rights with the UDHCR and the Genocide Convention. The word genocide was mentioned many times today. And this is very close to my heart because I work in the Office on the Prevention of Genocide. And I wanted to reiterate and remind us all that we just celebrated the 75th anniversary of both international treaties that were created and developed exactly to protect and support human dignity. Another thing that I think it's very important, it's for me that I capture from the conversation today, is the call for strengthening the collaboration among faith-based and religious actors and the United Nations entities to speak, but not only, to also act with one voice against all attacks against human dignity. And here I would like to stress, we heard about the most marginalized group. Somebody mentioned indigenous groups, but I also would like to add here the human dignity of sexual minorities. It wasn't mentioned, and I think it's very important. We are all human beings. I wanted to highlight that I think it's very important that this symposium is taking place back-to-back with the retreat of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the Interagency Task Force on Religions and Sustainable Development that is taking place tomorrow. I think it's for us an opportunity to bring many of the priorities discussed today and raised today, and really and make sure that we have a deep dive tomorrow about implementation of so many concepts and ideas to really advance human dignity as one family that brings together UN and faith-based advisory, and faith-based organization. I wanted also to mention again the words of the Secretary General. It is true that the war is a big trouble. Our colleagues from UNFPA highlighted it. Human dignity is being stepped on now on so many situations. We heard about some, and there are many, many more violations of human dignities. If we started to talk about it for 1 week, it wouldn't be enough time. And I think I'm not the youngest among you, but I have to say I've been working in the United Nations for now almost 20 years, and I haven't seen the world in a dire situation as it is now. This is why I would like to pick on a call by one of our distinguished guests today and urge for a mobilization, global one, to advance human dignity everywhere and for everybody. Especially taking a leading role as today in this room, United Nations and FBOs, as we heard by another speaker, we must be accountable to people out there, and we have a primary role. We are responsible in this regard. And last but not least, I would like to again stress the importance of the multilateral system in advancing human dignity for everybody and everywhere. This is essential. A solution to the crisis going on is not gonna be found out bilaterally. we learned this from history. So I really hope that this symposium at these 10 years will reinforce our commitment to the multilateral system. I've been present in the symposium for most of these 10 years, and please count on the continuous support of my office, and also as a person, as an individual person, as myself, for a continuation of this very important moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona. I joined Simona in thanking all the organizers and also the attendees of this symposium. And we have seen today that is crucial to address the juncture of global challenges, and we need to do that together. Collaborations become paramount in terms of the solutions that we will find. And this symposium has underscored the profound importance of uniting like-minded organizations committed to human rights, human dignity, and inclusion. As we navigate complexities, this collaborative spirit serves as a powerful force against those threatening democracy, human rights, and human dignity. By bringing together diverse perspectives, as we saw today, and expertise as well, based on the work of faith-based organizations and UN agencies, civil society organizations, we strive to create a collective impact that transcends individual efforts. Together, we can not only address these challenges, but also build a resilient foundation for a future anchored in justice, peace, and inclusion. And the only chance to tackle climate change, growing inequalities, and discriminations is to work collaboratively. Let's do that together. Thank you very much for your participation. We will be providing summary in the next days of this event, as well as recording in YouTube for those who were not able to attend. Thank you very much, and have a very nice evening, afternoon, morning. Thank you.